a true playground.
It really is.
Awesome machines here. Have we explored here yet? Just
I've made like 10 laps around here, but not since it's been all set up, so I'm pretty excited to take a loop.
I haven't really seen much of anything, so every reaction you see here will be genuine. It will be my first time reaction of this space. I am very excited. So let's get going.
Yeah,
let's get right here. So who do we have here? Who's our special guest today? Chris McBain.
That's me. Hi, everyone. My name's Chris McBain. I'm an industry process consultant here at Dassault. I think my title's changed since then, but we'll just go with that.
Well, Chris, we all know when you say industry process consultant to someone, they know exactly what you mean.
Yeah, absolutely.
Always the hit of parties.
That's right. I should use the abbreviation, right, IPC. But yeah, so I've been here since Thursday setting up this amazing shop floor. It's just been so incredible the whole time, and I'm really looking forward to talking to you guys about it for sure.
Yeah, man. Yeah, I remember I walked in. You guys were just setting up. It's really cool to see everything animated, everything set up. So yeah, could you just take us through?
Let's walk around this way. We're going to start with the robotics. So, our offering with Delmia is really our manufacturing package is three major things, right? It's robotics, right? CAM, programming CNC machines, and then factory flow. So let's come around this way and we'll take a look at this robot. So what this is mocking up a welding scenario, a robotic welding cell. With this, Luciano, would you like to come here for a second? Could you introduce yourself and talk a little bit to this?
Hi, I'm Luciano Mancini. I'm a Delmia industry process consultant. And actually what you're looking at here is a cast-out robot and programmed all through Delmia Robotics Programming Essentials application. And that application is a SolidWorks connected roll as well. And we can produce basically guide to path. So arc welding, contouring, and dispensing and material handling as well.
Yeah, sorry. That's awesome, Luciano. And one of the biggest things, if we come over here, we can see on the screen, one of the biggest benefits of Delmia is the virtual twin, right? So exactly what you see on your screen is what you're going to see in real life, right? This isn't a digital twin where we kind of guess. What you're seeing here is a model with all the kinematics on it, all of the mechanics and time that you're really going to get in real life. It's really exciting and easy to set up.
That's really cool because I like to do a lot of animation and stuff like that, but it's all faked, right? This has the actual inertia and everything of the machine, so you really know what you're going to get.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. It makes such a difference. Speaking of seeing what you're going to get, if we walk over here, we've kind of set up a fun little robotic cell that actually decorates some cookies for people for the show.
Wow, that's a cool swag right there.
Yeah, it is pretty neat. So we can do three major things with robotics with Delmia. We can do welding, as you saw. This is going to be dispensing, and the third thing is pick and place. And that's really what a lot of people do is, pick things off of machinery and then place them on a table, setups, things like that. And here we go. Look at it. It's going like crazy. Huh?
Yeah, one of the biggest challenges with this machine was actually the dispensing the Nutella. So we actually have to sous vide the Nutella in the back, get it warmed up to get a perfect temperature for what we're doing here. So everything you see here was programmed using Delmia Robotics Programming Essentials and done all offline.
Yeah, so that's key is the offline programming. The nice thing is with Delmia Robotics and the virtual twin, you're able to program your robots without shutting them down to test them and moving around. A lot of the programming for robots, it's moving and storing. With Delmia, we're able to do it offline, so your production never goes down. Right? If you're getting new robots in, you can do it even before they come in. You can have them all programmed and ready to go.
And you don't waste any precious Nutella testing things out.
That's absolutely right. That's right. And you leave it to Dassault to sous vide a Nutella. Right? So it's pretty amazing. Great. So, Luciano, thank you very much. So let's go ahead and head this way. We're going to look at those CNC machines right now as we walk over here. Go this way. It's a little. So you guys enjoying the show so far?
Yeah. This is one of my favorite parts.
Yeah.
I mean, when we talk about becoming 3D Experience World and not just SolidWorks World anymore, this is exactly what we're talking about.
It's incredible, and it's great to see everything come to life. Right? We live our life in such a virtual space that being able to see things like this is incredible. So what you'll see here, this is a DN TT 1800. This is called a mill turn. So this will do both milling and turning. We programmed these little parts. So there's what's called an upper and lower turn. It's a really great, solid machine and really, really easy to program. Our programmer, Craig Circanic, programmed just these little giveaway parts where you're able to really machine around the entire part with this machine. So we're able to hold it on one end and machine it, and then turn it around and machine it on the other end. It's a really, really popular way of machining, and this machine is perfect for it.
Awesome. Yeah. It's great to see this as well, like our viewers. And by the way, I wanted to say, if anyone has any ideas for any robotics concepts, like you guys have manufacturing live that you do.
Absolutely.
You're often on SolidWorks Live, right? Talking about all these different manufacturing solutions. Do you have an idea for any robotics themed content or anything like that? I'm sure you guys would be super receptive to that.
We are extremely receptive. Any kind of applications, cool parts, things like that.
Yep.
We would love to work with you, program them, get them on our machines, and really make those ideas come to life. That's what we do, right? It's for our customers, right? I don't program these for me. I program this for them. So I would love anybody out there that has any ideas. I'd love to see it for sure.
One question that I find myself wanting to ask a lot of people at these booths, especially ones that are very sort of software based, is what's the difference? We have everyone watching on YouTube today. What's the difference watching on YouTube versus being here in person, getting an interface with it? But the answer seems almost pretty obvious, right? To see the actual interaction with the machine and the software, and to talk to you guys, the experts, right?
It's absolutely right. And one of the things I really love about the playground in general, not just the shop floor, is really seeing that tangible thing, right?
Yeah.
That all of our customers make, them from the maker space to everything that they're about to show you in this space. You guys should be really excited. It's absolutely amazing to me. It's a really cool thing to be a part of, for sure.
Nothing better than cool and going, chips flying.
Chips flying, you got it. So let's come on over here real quick to do another machine. Excuse me, guys. So what we have here is a DVF 5000. This is actually a 5-axis milling machine, and we're machining a bull inside of it right now. We're in between programs. Yeah, that's right. We thought we'd do something for Texas,
Yeah.
So this machine, it moves at all 5 axes. Here's the virtual twin of this machine. So the great thing about this machine, especially the DN 5-axis machine, is it's rigid, right? Rigidity is always key when you're machining, and price, right? As far as this machine goes, for the price, you can't get this kind of rigidity and this kind of quality for sure. And I was lucky enough to go up to Ellison Machinery up in Minnesota, and they hosted us to test out our parts, and it was incredible. I mean, the power of this machine, the acceptance from Ellison to bring us in and welcome us and machine this, was just absolutely incredible. And here is the actual, you hold in my hand. Here's the bull when it's all done. Would you like to hold it? You can if you'd like. It's a little heavy.
Yeah.
So it started out as It started out as a 60-pound block. And I don't know what it weighs now, but maybe 6 pounds, 10 pounds. I don't know. I'm really bad at that. But it has been such an exciting thing. And, depending on where we are next year, I don't know. Maybe we'll make something else, maybe an eagle or something. I don't know.
I still have, for those of you who watched 3D Experience World 2023, I still have the cowboy boots.
Oh,
They're still that you've seen. Like I told you on Zoom, they're like on my little shelves right there.
That's great.
Yeah,
that's great.
I wanted to ask you going the other way, right? Because it's an opportunity for people to come out here and ask questions of the experts. But what of the conversations you've had so far? We're still very early in the event. What are you most excited about in terms of talking to customers or talking to people that are interested in technology? Like any sort of just comments on that.
So that's a really, really great question. So I've been with SolidWorks for a really long time, and SolidWorks is amazing. I mean, it's amazing. We all know that, right? But the great thing now is we have so much more to offer people.
Yeah.
When people come up, it's more than just design. It's more than just manufacturing, right? It's factory flow. It's manufacturability checker that comes with all of manufacturing, where you can check your parts even before they get on the machine. Like, it's so exciting because before, when people came in, it was like, oh yeah, it's CAD, great, and we taught it. It's fine, I love it.
Yeah.
But now we have so much more to talk about, right? Incident reporting, factory flow. We have Delmia Works, right? We offer real-time machine monitoring. It's so exciting to be able to offer so much more to our customers.
That's so cool.
Yeah, it's great. It's really great.
It's awesome to see, man.
Yeah,
I'll have to. At some point, if the bull retires from the shop floor, we'd love to have him stop by the live desk, maybe even for an interview.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, absolutely, no problem. And you know what? This is actually a model that we got offline. So, as Sean was saying before, if anybody has any really great ideas for the show next year, we're going to find out, I think, tomorrow, right, where the show is going to be next year, I think.
Yeah,
Wednesday.
it's usually either tomorrow or Wednesday.
Tomorrow, Wednesday. There we
Yeah.
go. Wednesday. There you go. I've been here for a week already. So once that's announced, we'd love to hear from you guys and see what you guys think would be great to machine next year.
And I mentioned at the beginning robotics concepts, but
Concepts.
anything CNC machining, like you said, factory flow.
Yeah.
You've been on live a bunch. We'll be on live very soon.
Absolutely.
For an episode we'll announce what's
Yeah.
new episode. But yeah, this is awesome.
Well, thank you. And if there's anything I want to say in parting, because I know you have so much to see, is we really do this for you, for everybody out there. This is why we do this. We don't do this for us, right? I mean, I love it. Don't get me wrong. I'm really lucky. But the reason we do this is for you. So anytime you guys want to come in, give us some ideas. We're open for it. So thank you.
Awesome. Cool.
Awesome.
Thanks so much, man.
Thank you. Thanks, Sean. Thanks, Jesse. I really appreciate
This
it.
goes missing.
That's
You know where to
right.
look.
I'll trade you. Thank you, everybody.
Yeah,
Thank you.
yeah, man. All right, so where to next?
Uh,
Got a lot of ground we could cover, Jesse. Where
yes.
are we headed?
I'm looking this direction, which has some interesting objects.
Very interesting. I feel like I've seen this somewhere. We
Yeah.
actually saw this at the Hive. We saw the virtual model.
You did see the virtual model at the Hive.
What's up,
yeah.
guys? Ben, what's going on? Good to see you.
Gentlemen.
Ben and hey, first time meeting in person. I've talked to you virtually.
You haven't seen him yet?
No, I told you. Like I know
Really
you guys.
hasn't been around. I thought
So-
he was just saying that.
So let's just start off. When did this come in? When did you guys get the power loader in? What was that whole experience like? Like what was it like getting it into this space?
So we shipped it in and we drove it in on Saturday evening, and it went pretty seamless. We got a truck that pulled up in the back, and we drove it off the back of the truck, drove it right into here. Got it set up into a nice position for people to be able to climb in and take some photos, and got all the lights going. So
yeah,
pretty excited.
you guys had the most popular episode. I don't know if I haven't told you this. I haven't talked to you.
No.
You had the most popular episode of SolidWorks Live Design in
Okay.
the year 2023. So congratulations.
Well, thank you.
That's
awesome.
Bogdan here is in order, but so a lot of people know you from that, but a lot of people probably know you from your channel, from Hacksmith's channel.
Yep.
So, but we have a huge audience here. And of course, it's like there's almost no TV show or channel that like every single person watches. So could you explain just for our viewers who may not be acquainted with you guys, what you do, what you're all about?
Sure. Well, do you want to take that question?
Yeah, so Hacksmith Industries, we're a YouTube channel based out of Ontario, Canada. We have 14.5 million subscribers, and we take fictional ideas from comic books, movies, and video games and make real working prototypes to inspire the next generation of makers and engineers.
Wow, that was tight. That was great.
That was just
Can you
off the
tell
top
I'm
of his
saying
head.
Yeah. No, it was awesome. So the power loader, perfect example of this, right? I was actually people who are not maybe so familiar with your channel. They've at least seen this model because I was in the Hive and I was showcasing it. I was rotating it around. I actually started going through the feature tree because we had some extra time. Hope you don't mind.
That's like airing dirty laundry. I think you start going through somebody's features.
I was like, oh, they're like folders, flexible sub-assemblies. I see that. Very nice. But yeah, tell us a little about the project, right? There's there's a video of this online and everything. But yeah, just tell us about the project.
Yeah, so the entire project is based on the Aliens power loader from the movie, the one that Sigourney Weaver used to kill the alien queen. And basically, the ground is, or the base here is just a Caterpillar skid steer. So the tracks and the engine bay, those are from Caterpillar, and we worked with them to get those. And then everything from the ground up, from this base upwards, was all designed and fabricated by me with the addition of a couple of the team guys on our team to help out. And then all the software and electronics was done by Ben to do all the hydraulic controls and all the motion, the joysticks, the wireless remote controls. The whole thing weighs about 11,000 pounds and has 3,200 pounds of payload per hour, 6,400 pounds of total payload. Really powerful machine, 5 degrees of freedom per hour. So
See what's going to happen here is we're going to lose Sean for the rest of the day.
Okay.
Once he gets in there, that's it.
just don't press the very specific buttons above in the very specific order.
Oh man, this is this is control.
Yep. So those joysticks will run the entire system.
I don't want to touch any of these buttons. I don't think I trust you, but I'm not sure how much I trust you.
Unless you hit the buttons above your head, it won't fire up. But with the joysticks,
Wow. Okay.
with the joysticks, you have access to all 5 degrees of freedom on the arms, plus the grippers.
These are fun.
Yeah, they're nice
noises. Love it.
You can drive it around. You can, we have a separate.
Top at such at events like this, right, and find people who are like, we can make this happen, even when in reality, you look at something and you're like, that's difficult.
Yeah.
Doesn't mean you can't do it with the right resources and the right mindset.
Yeah, absolutely.
Cool. Well, I would let you guys go. I know at this point it's probably the world's heaviest. That would be a great world record to track. The world's heaviest selfie station. You guys should look that up seriously. I'm sure you might have the record. But yeah, thank you guys so much. We're gonna keep moving around the playground, but I'll be back. I'll be back definitely.
Sounds
All right,
good.
thanks, guys. Yep.
Great to see you guys.
All right, let's see. What's the next stop? Let's see. Where should we go? Where should we go next, Jesse?
Walk and talk.
Let's see.
There's too much stuff in here. Is the problem?
There seems to be a lot of stuff going on over here.
Straight to the middle, you think?
Straight to the middle.
Okay.
So here we have the DS booth. There's actually quite a bit going on, at least that I learned through talking to some of our colleagues here. So the DS booth, it's fairly interesting. You can see not just SolidWorks, but just like Chris mentioned, different types of technology and simulation, data management, manufacturing. So you can kind of go all around and see some of that. So yeah, we can kind of do a bit of walking and talking here.
Got nice supple floors here, which is quite a treat.
Yeah, maybe we can actually
the sights, the sounds, and the feel.
This feels very nice versus the concrete.
Let's
actually talk to an expert. Steven, do you have a second?
Sure.
Hello, how are you? And we were talking earlier about how these kind people are watching us on the SolidWorks YouTube. And I remember I was asking you, it's like, well, if so many things are on YouTube today, what is really the benefit of coming to a space like this?
I think it's the spontaneous questions. I mean, you can sit begin a session like I did, and you hear these people talking, and think, oh, and what about? And you know that you come on here, and there's going to be someone who can actually answer your questions. And I think that's the benefit of being in person.
Yeah. If you could just put the mic just a little bit higher.
Yeah.
But yeah, could we take a tour around just to kind of see what's going on here?
Sure. I mean, the way I look at it is that we have different areas of expertise. Okay, so we have everything to do with data coming in this
Big
governance
topic,
big
right?
topic. You know, safety of your data, exploring your data, reusing your data. That's all covered in this governance area.
And we have product experts, industry process consultants, members of product management at pretty much every station, right?
Yes, I mean
All
basically
around the clock.
around the clock you have your experts, and the good thing is even if your expert in your very nuanced question isn't here, he's going to be here tomorrow
That's
or
a
the
great
day
point.
after. So you'll always find someone who can answer your questions over these 3 days. No question will go unanswered at all.
Very, very cool.
So-
All right, so we have our
Management
governance here.
and that's what we call a domain.
Yep.
But when you get a group of roles together, we have what we call an industry solution. So we have things to do
Okay,
with consumer
yeah, right over
industries. So these groups, they're actually not looking at a particular problem, but they're looking at a group of problems that maybe if I'm in industrial design or in consumer design or white goods, what do I need? What broad set of solutions do I need? And I think these are quite good. It's like a one-stop shop.
Yeah.
What do I want to be successful in washing machines. What do I need? Okay, this is what you need, and away you go. And it stops you thinking about the tool and helps you just concentrate on the problem that you want to solve.
That makes total sense. You know, we were looking today at some of these tools we already looked at today online. You know, like X-Generated Design is a good example.
Yeah.
We had a prop that was made by Noah Zeef and Gian Calisi. It was a longhorn skull, and it had a lot of these sort of interesting like perforated shapes on them. Again, what we'd call algorithmic design, and some of it was done with sub D. But you know, the more we expose you guys, right, to these different sorts of tools, it quickly becomes almost a sort of thing you need to solve in itself, right? It's like, which tools do I use for the types of things that I do? Right, with SolidWorks is great; it's a very encompassing tool, but we have other tools as well that help you do things, whether it's design or like we talked about Chris with manufacturing. So yeah, it definitely becomes apparent which tools do I need for what I do.
And I think it allows you to think in different ways. You grow up and you're doing a prismatic board, and something gives you something like, sculptor shape.
Yep.
And then you sort of think, actually, no, I don't have to go down this rigid route of where I've been. I can now explore different areas. And I think that's the good.
I said that exact same thing at the desk this morning. We were talking about the skull. You switch over into X shape. They have their whole course layout that I recommend because it's a totally different way of thinking about modeling. But you're right. When you snap into a different way of thinking about modeling, then suddenly you come up with things that you wouldn't have naturally come up with before.
You're just thinking a different way. You look at the problem in a different direction, and suddenly different solutions, different technologies. And that's really what we're trying to do. It's all about empowerment. This whole booth is about empowerment. I think that's the goal of what we're trying to drive in this.
Love that. I noticed our friend Krishna's here. Krishna, how's it going? So you two mean into something really interesting, and there is this sort of connective fabric here at the booth today, which is that a lot of what we see in terms of the demonstrations is wrapped around a single story, right? What is that story? What's going on there?
So, first of all, excited to be on SolidWorks Live.
Excited to have you.
Yeah. This started about a couple of years ago. A startup in India called Cargos, and the name actually gives it all. They're building a cargo electric scooter platform that can carry 225 liters and 100 kilograms, which is around 200 pounds for the American audience. My conversion is still pretty bad. With a 150 kilometer range, which is roughly 100 miles. And I'm very excited because this is not just the story of Cargos, but it's BS and Cargos working together. They innovated this entire vehicle platform using the unified modeling and simulation approach on the 3DEXPERINCE platform using the 3DEXPERINCE.
It's a great thing to bring up, right? Because at these conferences, and Steven has mentioned it to me before, with SolidWorks Live, I try to keep it as real as possible. But still, anytime you have a single person presenting to you, they're catering whatever their message is exactly the way that they want it, right? But when you get to talk to actual fellow users about how they're using these tools, that's where you get the real truth, right? Because they're using it every day. I can't tell you what it's like to use it every single day to make physical products in exactly the way that they can. I think we have another special guest here, right?
Yeah, so this is Alok Das, who's the co-founder of Cargos.
Awesome. It must be nice to hear such nice things about your company and your product.
Absolutely. So we are very thrilled to be part of the 3D Experience World 2024. I still remember 5 years ago when the first sketch was made on SolidWorks.
Wow.
To bringing the product all the way to Dallas on the 3D Experience World 2024. I'm like, I've never imagined that this journey is that the DS is actually going to play, the source system is going to play an important role in the entire product lifecycle journey of the product. So we are all very excited, and the Quago's journey, as we have been talking about it, is like it's born to solve a lot of problems from the logistics standpoint. So let's walk to the scooter.
What's it like to see someone admiring your product? and they don't know. They're like, oh wow, this is really cool, really neat. You don't get to see that when they're browsing online. Right? Yeah, so let's take a look. Tell us all about your product.
So the Quagos was essentially born to solve a missing segment in the market. If you look at the two-wheelers which exist, which are for the different applications, like let's say it is for the leisure activities and things like that. But there are commuter scooters which are being used for some form of commercial application. And on the other side, we have these trucks. But there is nothing in between which is specifically meant to do the job of the deliveries or the logistics application. It's completely, the segment is completely missing. And it's not just about the Indian context, it's also about a lot of countries across the world. Let's say Thailand, we talk about Indonesia, you go to Jakarta, you will see people carrying things on their back. The objective is to carry more. Now, the logistics should not be a pain, right, at the end of the day. So the idea is that if you create a vehicle which solves problem, that was the basic thing that we try to solve, and we have the world's first cargo scooter platform. So we did not build it as a specific product. We built it as a platform so that you can modify, you can make it modular.
Wow.
And you can create shelves. You can use it for multiple applications. So logistics, when we talk about it, it's not necessarily the delivery or e-commerce stuff. E-commerce is one major user, but then talk about the technicians, right? So the plumbers or technicians, they all of them require a vehicle which is quick. I was actually taking an innovation session with Schindler Elevators, and they said, wow, we need this vehicle because a lot of our technicians, they do not have the right vehicle to arrive to the destination in the urban dense areas. They're carrying the large the harness and stuff, the PCBs, the tools and all, and getting through that in a car, if an elevator is struck, getting to the emergency is a difficult thing. So talking about the emergency, paramedics is one large application which we see. It can save lives for people. Just not delivering the goods, but also delivering lives in terms of providing the advanced or basic life support.
Wow, that's really cool.
If I may add, go ahead. If I may add,
Just a little closer.
okay. If I may add, what really drew us towards engaging with cargos at their very early stages of 3D experience adoption is that they wanted to do everything on the platform, and they believe in simulation first attitude, where simulation is a part of the design. It's not a siloed process. It's not just for PhDs in dark rooms. Right? So they wanted to include simulation upfront in the design process in every single subsystem. And that's what the simulation booth has been set up for with their story on what are the changes made. Thing I do want to talk about real quick is if you see the shape right here.
Yeah.
Originally, this wasn't the shape of the console. It was pretty straight. We ran aerodynamic simulations with them using the fluid dynamics engineer role on the platform, and found that was one of the areas which was increasing the drag. And that has an impact on the rider who gets fatigued if there's higher drag, right?
Yep.
So we are solving a rider's problem using simulation. They made these design changes without any winter testing, and they can already see the results.
That's so cool.
How cool is that?
That is super cool.
That's always
One thing,
I was just going to say, that's always been one of the best parts, I think, about SolidWorks simulation is it's made for the users, the designers, so you can get that move so much earlier in the process. And it's so cool to see the expansion of all those capabilities, but still, still aimed towards users that can use it to solve the problems as fast as possible.
in fact, as we call it, as we have been discussing, democratization of the simulation. And I come from my prior engineering background and my experience, work experience. So one thing that has been part of a core thing is analysis first approach, as Shri Krishna mentioned. So when we were building this does not have benchmarks. Now, when you don't have a benchmark, every iteration becomes a benchmark for yourself. Now, you cannot continue to iterate, build, break, or test, build, test, break, build, test, break. You cannot do that. You have to do that digitally, and that's what we are advocating also always. That our the team that if you want to do the build, test, break, do that digitally instead of doing that in the real world, and that saves time, that saves cost, that saves the precious resources and things like that. So we are a startup, so we have to be frugal, right? So during this process, that's a product improvement. But overall, the vehicle has not failed us at all with more than 30,000 miles of testing done already. And there are real world users already using this vehicle as a test vehicle for the logistics application with a large organization in India. So the simulation has indeed worked because we have not seen failures on that side.
That's awesome.
That's amazing.
We do have to wrap up here, but I just wanted to say congratulations.
Thank you so much.
You're launching this product. It looks beautiful. It sounds super functional and multi-dynamic. There's so many different use cases. I can't wait to hear just later on catching up with you, the types of
Absolutely.
connections you made, and just how you're going to grow your business over the next number of years. So thank you so much.
Happy to be here.
Awesome. Thank you, guys.
Yeah, and Sean, if I may just add
Yeah.
one last comment. This is the very first fully assembled vehicle ever built by Cargos. I mean, they've been testing the frame, the individual subsystems. It comes to fruition in this form for the very first time, and they purpose built this for DS. So it is an SO system, and they purpose built it for this event. So I just want to thank them for this.
Basically, a pre-production
at the MIT Museum. And so it uses a kit of parts that was optimized by the researchers at MIT, and it's to facilitate machine building. The idea is that you take one of these portraits home with you as a souvenir, and you leave one behind as part of a larger sort of community build in a museum setting like that. And it's the sister project to Fathom-a-Box, which is on the other side of the booth, which uses a more off-the-shelf kit of machines. And so this is plotting Suchit right now. You can see it's picked up a lot of the detail in his glasses.
This is the diversity of technology and the way that it's all configured is remarkable. I can't imagine how someone would be interested in STEM, like even if they had never seen anything to do with design or engineering or manufacturing, being even just in this area. It's absurd. There's so much talent, so much creativity up for.
Yeah, I think it's if you want to get inspired, if you're ever in this rut, like
Yeah,
what
if you're
should
in a
I
rut,
do?
just come here.
Come over here. You get this like saturation in your face.
That is like the perfect pitch. Yeah. That's so awesome. Well, it's interesting. Yeah, like we haven't even seen like everything.
Exactly. This
Just
is maybe
the
not even half a quarter of the stuff. So
Yeah.
definitely hang around.
Yeah.
Get some more information.
We'll
And
be back.
yeah, there's a really cool droid starting. Not just the ones that you saw people DIYing, but there's a couple of robots. It's like there's an R2D2, there's Gilda robot, and there's even a Wally that you can see the mechatronics inside. So
Awesome.
absolutely. So check it out. You're
Awesome. Well, thank you so much,
Thank
Jessica.
you.
Thanks, Jim. It was
All
great
right.
to see you.
Thanks for visiting.
All right,
We'll
see
be
you in a
back.
bit. Okay, what's our next stop? I think we have Jesse. I think we have startups next.
Startups.
Yep. Or it's you'll notice, guys, we're walking by some of these booths. We're not able to show you everything, but it does give you an idea. There's just so much to do, so much to see. And again, we're gonna have to come back. You and I are gonna have to come back, Jesse.
Yeah, well, like I said, I already took about 10 laps through here, but it wasn't all set up yet. So I've seen a bunch. But there's already a ton of stuff in here that I didn't see just from my
Hey,
my
guys.
loops.
How's it going? So here we have the microphone here. So you guys are in the startups booth.
Yeah.
So this is what we do at conferences, right? We meet people, we get to know them. So what are you guys up to here at the conference?
In conference, we're displaying our product.
Let's see it. Let's talk about it. So let's talk about your product.
So product is called Tiguna, and Tiguna means 3 times in.
Okay.
So we want to give 3 times more opportunities to street vendors and media associates in India who currently managing their thing in very rudimentary way. Yeah. So this something has a 250 watt motor e-assist pedal,
Okay.
and it has a Ackerman mechanism, which gives a very comfortable ride. And we're really hoping that we change their lives.
And designed using SolidWorks, I'm guessing?
Absolutely. I mean, we've done the entire simulation because of this was a tricky mechanism. So we had a cost constraint because our customer is really full. So we want to make sure that we do appropriate material, appropriate technology, and find sensible pricing and design. So the simulation really helped in this, especially doing entire in Indian street roads, how the roads are bad, potholes. That and entire thing is flat packed. So both simulation have helped us to really reduce development time by a year. I could say that.
Wow.
That's something that's incredible for us.
That's incredible. So yeah, this is a beautiful product. I want to introduce you, Jillian. If we could just hand the mic over to Jillian. Jillian, the program, the startup program, right? We're fostering innovation all across the world. Yeah, tell us about it.
Yeah, we're here in the Startup Zone. I'm glad that you got to hear from a startup who's benefited from using access to our software. So we help startups in a couple different ways. We have a startup program that gives access to SolidWorks tools and resources for no cost for a year. We just found that a lot of startups, it's really hard for them to have this barrier to entry. So we like to just remove that, make it as easy as possible for them to access some pretty game-changing software. And we also help with having a 3DEXPERINCE lab program. So in that program, we look for startups who are doing totally disruptive innovation and help them have access to all of Dassault Systems tools and resources, mentorship, technical expertise, and to really help them that are, especially startups that are focused on sustainability.
Yeah, very cool. One of the things that I love about what you do at this event is that you also give a lot of, I'm sure you guys kind of sense it as well, you give different startups
platform, able to share it with so many people, and seeing what others are doing and kind of really learning from that. I think it's really super platform for us to showcase, our own innovation. And
Have you found any that you've gotten any sort of surprising? I always ask this at conferences, like any surprising questions or any interesting kind of feedback on the product just for being here. Like, what kinds of things are you hearing at conferences like these about your product?
yeah, various variety of engagements. I mean, somebody would talk about in country in Latam and asking, "Can I be a dealer?" And I said, "Okay, I'm not a lady. We're just developing the product." So that's something kind of
Yeah.
helping.
Yep.
And there are some amazing innovators and tech people. Everyone has some suggestion to make something better. Just looking at it, it's a free learning for me, in just 2 days. So I mean, incredible, great to be here.
It's been awesome to see you guys, and awesome to know we continue to support tons of startups, right? But yeah, just one more time before we wrap up, we're headed to the next week. Where can we learn more about your products? We're online. Which is the website?
That's all.
The website. So can we go to Siguna?
Siguna.com.
Siguna.com. There you go. Cool. And then for the startups program, let's talk about that.
Yeah, for the startups program, you can go to solidworks.com/startups.
There you go. Easy to remember.
Easy enough, yeah. And for the lab, it's 3DEXPERINCELab.com. So those are pretty easy to get to. You can find it through the website too. But yeah, we're happy to be here and happy to be able to connect founders to each other and to an awesome opportunity to network like this.
Awesome. I will be back. I have to spend more time here. I feel so inspired here. But thank you guys so much. Yep. All right. So let's see here, Jesse. What's next on our schedule? I think we have. I mean, whoa, that robot's talking to us.
Yeah, it is.
My goodness. So let's see. Let's go this way.
Yeah, we might need to loop back around.
Yeah, the robot seems deep in thought. But yeah, I don't know if I saw like a lot of robots talking last year.
Yeah, it just goes to show you, we were talking earlier about who you're gonna meet and run into, talk to, have a conversation with. Probably didn't expect a robot, but yeah, here we are.
Simgay, do you remember there being a lot of robots walking around like 10 years ago, 15 years ago, just talking to people?
Yes, I do remember.
Did they need badges? But yeah, this is a friend, Simgay. Simgay, tell us a little about yourself, a little about the role that you do here. It's a huge role here at SolidWorks.
It is actually, I think this is the best role ever because I work with the young students and teachers who want to inspire their students. And today we have a very actually important person here with us too because she is doing this more than I think maybe 10 years, more than me for sure. Valerie, please join us.
Oh,
She's the Vice President of Education Industrial System.
How are you,
Hello.
See you.
So we are trying to inspire students for their future for sure. But Valerie, you do this, for years. Please inspire us how we can do better for our students and teachers and our education world.
Well, I've been doing it for 6 years, but SolidWorks has been decades for more than 30 years. Obviously, building a strong community of students and teachers. Today, we have more than 5 million students in the world using our solution about the classroom and curricula. A vibrant community of teachers really dedicating to building those skills for students to get the best jobs. Because when you learn SolidWorks in school, you will get the best jobs. It's all about employability and having the right skill for the industry. And it's always so inspiring to have the students with all of us here demonstrating their strong skills and how passionate they are about what they do. So Cynthia, I know that you will say as long as me and probably even more.
Okay, I can say even more, but my age is just coming up. I don't want to say. Okay, here I want to show you our books.
There's a lot of cool stuff
Oh
here.
my God, you will lose your mind. Make this your record. Look at this extraordinary students. They designed this beautiful
I
record
saw
with
guys carrying these in. I was like, what is this about?
It's all about SolidWorks and very beautiful design with our solutions. So thank you very much for this beautiful design. And we have actually too many things. That's why I want to walk with you.
Yeah. Let's walk and look. Yeah.
And here we have a plane. I think Valerie has more knowledge about this than me.
We actually have a local school being here with us. It's the University of Dallas. And so we have a student with us who is doing a student competition to design airplanes. So how do you use SolidWorks in order to do that?
We use SolidWorks to create all of our structural models. We create the aerodynamic surfaces, the structural surfaces, and we do analysis in SolidWorks to do that. And we also use it to manufacture. So we create bases and then we export them for manufacturing.
Do you want to design airplane as a job? Do you want to be an engineer in aerospace?
Yeah, that would be really fun.
And you've taken the best solution to reach that target. So I hope the best for your future.
So cool.
Thank you for being with us. Yeah.
It's like you said, Simge. It's people want to get like the good jobs, and good jobs it means often the stuff that inspires me.
Exactly.
Making a living doing the things that inspire you.
Exactly, and it's not about working. I don't know if you had a chance to listen to Manish's presentation today online.
Yeah.
He was saying they are paying me and I just enjoy what I'm doing here. I think it's same for us too because it's supposed to be same for everyone, especially for students. I think that's why we are here to show you which tools can help you for your future and that it makes you happy and that don't feel like you are working. So I want to show you this beautiful design as well.
Yeah, let's see.
Hello, hi guys. So this is, as you see, this is another beautiful design from another student team. And they're here. Hello, come here,
guys.
Thomas. My son name is Thomas as well. So, Thomas, great to have you here with your friends. So I assume you really had fun when you are designing this car with SolidWorks. Say yes, yes.
Yes. Yeah. No, it's been a lot of fun with this car. I haven't done as much of SolidWorks as the other guys have done, but they've done a lot of work on the frame specifically in SolidWorks, and they're working on the next car design in SolidWorks right now.
Amazing. Thank you very much. Thank you. We have too many things to show you. Come here. Valerie, do you want to present this one? Please go ahead.
Well, obviously, that's the famous student competition about formula. They're everywhere in mechanical engineering, and definitely SolidWorks has been supporting all students worldwide with their students competition on formula. So let's find out if you have a student with us who was part of the team. You are. Please come here. Can you tell us a little bit about that?
Yeah, so this is our Formula SAE car. If you guys haven't heard of Formula SAE, it's basically like F1, but it's a student engineering competition that happens internationally. For us, we compete in North America once a year. So our car here, this is our 2023 vehicle that we took to competition last year. We're currently designing and manufacturing our 2024 car, which we will be racing in 3 months. This is ran by a CBR 600 F4i engine. It is a motorcycle engine. This car weighs about 500 pounds, so you can imagine the power to weight ratio. Some cool stuff around the car. Let's see. We have been everything here is designed and modeled in SolidWorks. We do all of our FEA. We do some of our CFD in SolidWorks. I think some really cool parts that you guys can see.
Let's show this later because I think we show the rest of the book. Yeah, who are watching.
Yeah, I'll be here.
I will also
come back.
I
I can
will.
travel all day.
I will be back.
Great, super, thank you.
So let's go to our
So cool.
champions. You know what they have done? They create a big community, worldwide competition,
These guys.
and then these are two talented CSWE certified champions. And what they did, they created, I think they worked with 65 different people worldwide, and then they bring their project together to make this happen. And they applied everything to the VR glasses that just to show the experience. Rıdvan from Turkey and Hanan from Tunisia. Hello. So guys, I know you are using the experience solutions and solutions. We don't have too many time, but I would like to hear, are you happy with these solutions and how they help you in your design?
Modeling is very easy and everyone can friendly use this platform. And exporting SolidWorks and 3DEXPERINCE file in every software is very easy, and a lot of advantages.
It is great to hear from the woman engineer. It's amazing, and you are CSWA owner. Congratulations, you did a great job. Let's go to
By the way, you guys have great content. I have not met you in person, which is insane. But you guys have amazing content on LinkedIn. Please follow these two. So Rıdvan and Hanan, thank you guys so much. Awesome.
And I think you highlighted to me that 3DEXPERINCE platform was all about collaboration, and that it's really helped the collaboration with the 65 people around the world. So this is about collaboration. Thank you, guys.
Well, yeah, this tour has been magnificent. I will have to stop by. I will definitely have to stop by.
Exactly, we'll be here for you anytime you want.
Yeah, we're just getting a taste of all these booths, and I'm like, I'm gonna stay longer. So I will be back. Thank you, guys. I'll be back. Yes, we need it. Thank you, guys. Thank you, guys. All right. So, where are we headed next? Jesse, I don't know that everyone knows this. We've actually we were in Dallas not too long ago, right?
We were.
Yeah. So we did
November.
something very similar last year in Nashville. We recorded some amazing customer stories. We had Kara Tucker from Gifted Guitars.
Yep, we'll be at our desk.
Yeah, she'll be at our desk day 3. We met her then.
Yep.
But one of the places that we were at was E-Muscle Cars.
Yes, it was.
E-Muscle Cars. We were connected through a mutual colleague here. And we talked to this guy for quite a while. As you guys will soon see, we have 2 great customer stories coming up back to back of E-Muscle Car and Americase. But
we have seen John Paulo sneak out in one.
Yeah, and you saw that as well. That's a great point. You're definitely more of a car guy than I am. We talk about this in the video itself that you guys will see soon, but definitely an experience that you enjoy. Hey, Gavin, what's up, man?
How you doing? Good to see you.
Yeah, you too. You're live. You're on the internet. You're live. So we were saying right after this, we're gonna see our session together. Awesome. Like our 50-minute video. We thankfully went out to your shop, but what's it been like? What's the atmosphere been like?
It's been great so far. A lot of good reception.
Yeah.
Every car guy definitely has stopped by. Every engineer and tinker kind of wants to see how we can work the cars, and they've got a bunch of great questions.
Yeah.
Had some guys, Tesla, stop by. Curious. Some of our cars are repowered by Tesla motors.
Yep.
Some use BorgWarner motors. Some use motors by other manufacturers. It's been exciting and fun to talk to these guys and kind of explain what we do. Everybody's got a project car in their garage that they come talk to us about. So it's been good. It's been engaging.
I asked you a very atypical meeting question because we have a lot about what you guys are and what you do. Probably like the best possible case, but we went to see you, right? We went to see you, not the other way around. We're gonna pitch it right to that video.
Okay.
So here it is. You guys are gonna see a lot about E-Muscle Car directly from the E-Muscle Car facility. But Kevin, thanks so much for coming, man.
Yeah, of course, guys. Thanks for having us.
Yep. Welcome everyone. We are live here at E-Muscle Car. I'm Sean. This is Jesse, and this is Kevin. Kevin, how's it going, man?
Going well.
Welcome to the shop. Great to see you, man. We're just like surrounded by such cool technology. We found out that you guys were in the Dallas area. Of course, Dallas is the home base of 3DEXPERINCE world. If you could explain for our viewers, like exactly kind of what you guys do.
Sure. So the genesis of our company, I'm a motorsports gearhead and the professional background in education in electrical engineering, but with a passion for racing cars and collecting old cars. And one of my classic cars. And he bought a couple cars at fancy on TV auctions, and one of his cars didn't quite make it home from a dinner date with his wife. And he realized, I'm not the guy to own classic cars because I'm not the guy to fix them and wrench on them. I enjoy the cars, I love the cars, but I'm not the guy that wants to spend a week in the garage getting ready to drive following me. So he called me and said, hey Kev, what do you think about maybe putting an old body on top of a new electric car? It's a maintenance-free car. And I said, well, it's a lot more complicated than that. I said, well, it'd be a lot easier if, we took some of the, appropriate sized and spec EV components and we put them into old muscle cars. So we replaced the powertrain, replaced some of the drivetrain components, replaced the braking components, steering, handling, and so forth, and the control systems to modernize the older cars, but still keep the core, the structure, and the feel of the vintage vehicle. So we started the company as a project, really. And meanwhile, this partner talking to his buddies and kind of bragging about what he's doing in the project, and we got a lot of interest. Yeah. So with that interest, we decided to put our money where our mouths were and start muscle cars. If we had that much local interest, we probably have a lot of national interest.
Maybe scale it out, right?
And luckily we haven't had them. Obviously, we knew it sounds simple. You pop an electric motor in here, you're good to go. Obviously, it's obviously way more complicated than that. I myself think am a 21-year SolidWorks user.
Okay.
Started using it in about 02 when I did Formula SAE racing programs at my university. So we adopted SolidWorks. I've used it professionally ever since, and so it was a no-brainer to kind of integrate that into our designs. Every one of our cars is designed in CAD or virtually before we make the first cut. It really lets us scale and streamline the business and test. Like in the blue car behind you, that car originally designed for a large V8 and a rear differential. Well, that car has an electric motor between the rear wheels, battery doesn't run. So the frame is highly modified. Motor cradle that we designed here is constructed into the car. Well, we wouldn't be able to make those two components and make them repeatable if we didn't use that. We could really fit it in there, scrap the design, and redesign something in a day versus weld something up and get it tested, built, and at the end of the day, we can test the version using SolidWorks. So we drew the whole car in CAD, the whole frame, and then we were able to also create all of the subcomponents, motor cradles, the motor itself, axles, battery systems, wiring, cabling, junction boxes, all that, and fit it, like a puzzle. Really optimize our designs and get them perfected for not only strength and function, but for serviceability, making sure it's removable from the car, making sure we can get to every bolt, exploded views, making sure we've got enough room to draw a fastener and a nut in a certain space. But if it's a 3-inch bolt, you've got 2.5 inches behind it. It looks great when it's assembled, like contrast. You can't get it apart. So really using exploded views and things like that is really building the car once you've got the components designed and think about. We try to make all of our cars highly serviceable, and our goal is to make them maintenance-free, really. Camaro is not meant to hold a battery box in the trunk, so we have to reinforce the frame, reinforce the trunk. We add our own frame to the vehicle that's also suspended and isolated from the chassis to support those batteries. The weight in the motor, obviously, it's meant to hold a V8 transmission. We're putting a motor that's smaller than both of those things. So how does it mount? Not the transmission side, not the motor side. Highly balanced weight, getting all that in virtually lets us really get a better than original weight balance of the vehicle. Helps optimize the trunk space. We can lay batteries out in this shape without picking up heavy batteries and loading them into a car and wasting time, resources, and energy building batteries, building prototypes. We do everything virtually. It's let us really that vehicle. So can you handle and drive a modern car versus a truck? With a solid axle and antiquated suspension. we were able to really integrate a lot of new modern equipment that would have taken a year to do manually and get the geometry correct when in SolidWorks you can do it. In somewhere around the 3 seconds, sub 3 seconds. Driving is smooth, brakes are improved. We have electronic powered brakes. This car is so lightweight it doesn't need it, but some of our other vehicles, like the Camaros behind you, have electronic powered steering. So we've got, in fact, that's what we're doing on the blue one behind you is installing HVAC and air conditioning and heat today. So that car is getting a modern electric air conditioning system. So it uses the electric compressor, it uses a smaller, more efficient, more modern AC system. So we attack the car from all angles. We improve it not only with a modern electric drivetrain, but modern brakes, modern steering, all the modern components to really make a car comfortable and enjoyable to own and drive, not just pretty to look at.
Guys, you must have a billion questions about this I guess just more of the car aspects of it, right?
Yeah, I mean, I think the weight distribution is the most interesting thing to me, at least because obviously electric components they're heavy bits and pieces. Not that a 427 isn't, but like the weight is in very different places, right? So how
actually in this particular car the weight's not in very different places because most of the weight for this car was where the motor is.
Sure.
And now the battery's in the exact same spot as the motor. Weight is actually better on this car than the original. The batteries weigh less than a V8, and the motor weighs more than the differential. So before the car was probably 60-40, if not 65-30, a little more aggressively front weighted. on this particular vehicle, it's almost 50-50. Add a little more weight on the rear axle. You've added a little less weight over the front axle. The car's a little more balanced.
What is the biggest sort of a reaction you get from people who aren't used to EVs when they get into the car and actually are in it, whether they're driving it or a passenger? What is
So great question. It's almost the polar opposite of what people may say about the car. So
what do people may say?
So the number one question we get, 75% of people is, what about the sound?
Yeah,
it doesn't make any sound.
The rumble,
the rumble,
right?
Exactly, exactly. So that's the last question we hear from anyone who's actually ridden one. The smile on their face and the holy, that was quick. When you've gone 0 to 60 that quick, they're powerful. So you actually accelerate at over a G. It's faster than your body falls out of an airplane while you're free falling. It's quite incredible of an experience.
And most of us can envision that. I hope those of you watching at home have had that experience. Skydiving. Yeah. Oh, that's true. Same.
Yeah. So the cars accelerate extremely fast. Once you've driven one, you're like, and people are like, oh wow, is that car electric? It's not making any noise. It's what makes it unique. So why would you want to copy it by putting speakers underneath the trunk of the car to mimic a V8 that it doesn't have? It almost masks some of the cool features of the car. A lot of naysayers, but they make the noise. And then a lot of the adopters are, yeah, that's the point.
Hey, do you guys want to see how these drive? Or do you just want to hear about them? Well, you're not going to hear it. You want to hear Yeah, that's true. Good point. All right, let's actually get in the car. Sound good? Sure. So if you're joining us here in Dallas, you can actually head over to the 3D Experience Playground and you can witness it and also call it yourself. We're live at 3D Experience World 2024. We're at Americase. We're actually in a shop, which we'd love to be in here with Chris. Chris, how's it going, man?
Hey, how are you doing?
Great. And Jesse as well, my co-host. So yeah, it's awesome to be here. I was mentioning to you guys as soon as I walked in, I got this warm feeling. It's a full sensory experience, right? You hear the sounds, the smells of the shop. So firstly, you guys are a company that's local to the area, right?
Yes, sir.
Tell us a little bit about Americase.
Well, we started as a mom and pop shop kind of deal. Started making cases in the sporting good industry in 1984. It's grown from there, and now we manufacture everything from products that go to space and beyond. Here lately, we've gotten into a lot of the hazardous goods movement, whether it be compressed gas, whether it be lithium batteries, things of that nature. Those are the hot topics now.
One of the things I found really interesting, again, just talking to you and just researching your company, is the fact that you guys make cases and there are different industries, right, that you could apply to. How much of a sort of carryover is there from making a case, say, for combustible gases and batteries and just all the different industries? Like, are you finding you have to modify your cases quite a bit, or is it kind of more of a one-size-fits-all?
We've kind of got it now where it's streamlined to where we can take one and change the technology a little bit.
So now, but it wasn't always that way?
It wasn't always that way,
okay.
No, we had a case that would do this product and a case that did this, and we figured over some testing and things that we were able to kind of merge them a little bit and make them to where it's a little more streamlined down the road.
A lot of people come to this conference for SolidWorks, for design. Even the ways you guys design have changed quite a bit, right?
Right, yeah.
So you guys could have been using SolidWorks. SolidWorks wasn't even around back then.
Correct, yeah. We picked up SolidWorks in 2008. So before that, everything was made by hand. Everything was trial and error. We made it work. We worked here. We do that. And then with SolidWorks, we were able to design in 3D and produce things that we were not able to be tolerance-wise able to do before that.
So how does SolidWorks kind of, we're probably thinking, configurations and
saving duplicates or saving, duplicates of an assembly and just making tweaks.
Right.
How does SolidWorks kind of play into that overall design process for you guys?
Well, we were able to do a lot of parametric stuff to where we can have the software do our work for us. It can take it, it can stretch it, it can move it, and then if we need to add a feature, we'll add a feature. Whereas in the past, what we would have to, draw it out in a flat, and then let's try it and bend it and we'll see what happens. Well, when you get multiple layers trying to stack on top of each other and you try to put a rivet in 2 holes, they don't line up. With SolidWorks, we're able to line up 2 or 3 or 4 layers of things and have a fastener go through the first time.
How much does you're kind of hitting on it now, but like how much does the role of like precision play into your product? Like in terms of fitting different types of products into your cases, what in terms of working with tolerances or I always like to ask this question of almost any customer.
When I came here from my previous job, I was working in the architecture world. Well, in the architecture world, 1/4 of an inch is close enough. I come here and they start talking and they're like, yeah, we need to have this. The customer would specify, yeah, I need this within a few thou. And I was like, what's a few thou? So it was a complete and utter, oh no. So we figured it. So I had to get that figured out. Then we had to figure out, I was new to sheet metal, so I had to figure out, bend deductions and, the tolerancing and bend allowances and K factors and all that sort of thing, which when we laid it out in CAD initially, we cut our first cases on a CSC machine that took 6 hours. And then we took it to a press brake that was manual and we bent it up. And then we put it together and said, oh, that doesn't work. And so then we moved a few holes and then we did that whole process again. SolidWorks allows us to be able to have all of this stuff that goes together and we can verify with the customer, okay, we're within a 32nd of an inch and then we're good. We're able to hold a lot tighter tolerances and things like that. We've also been able to implement with some other technologies, 3D scanners and things like that. We're able to scan parts to put them inside cases and build off of that. So we've been able to make stanchions and frames and things of that nature that we never had the ability to do prior.
It sounds like this is a big topic for you guys, I understand. It sounds like you actually interface with your customers a lot.
Absolutely, yeah. No, we collaborate with our customers. We work with them from the inception. And they say, here's our part. It's a high value product. It's a hazardous material. It is what it is. We've got some consulting firms that we work with for the hazardous material side. We work with them on the design side to say, here's what we need to do. And then we guide them into, this is the type of package we would recommend. This is the way we think you should ship this, based on the 35, 38 years of experience that we've had through all the different providers, through all the different industries. And so, we work with them. It's a collaborative partnership is whenever we work with the customer. That's what we strive for.
I'm sure, if you go into an industry and you don't really know much about it, I've never designed cases before. I've never worked with a customer who needs to ship very valuable materials before. It's just not something in my background. You might think, okay, well, if I picture a case in my mind where I would go to get a case, who manufactures cases, right? Most of us probably would pop into our minds, right? Yeah. But I guess so. That's kind of what you guys bring to the table, right? Correct. It's that sort of specialization.
Correct. Yeah. The case is always the last thing.
The case is the last thing.
It's usually the last thing on the customer's mind. It's a, hey, we've got this product we spent the last 3, 4, 5 years developing. Oh no, how do we get it where it needs to go? And now it's what next?
Yeah.
And so we're able to work with the customer. We're able to say, okay, here's your part, and where can I touch this? Where can I not? We work, what do I need to do? We do testing in house where we can test, with the accelerometers, G-forces, and things of that nature. If they've got critical, sensitive items that can't experience a certain rating, with fragility rating, we work with them and say, okay, here's a package that your product won't exceed this amount of force. And so we do all that as well. So that we set up, initial meetings and design with them and try to get all the requirements figured out beforehand. And then that way, at the end, everybody has a product that is going to last, the test of time while containing and providing protection.
Cool that you've almost taken those resources that we're going into, all of those efforts to try to trial and error and getting those things right, producing all of that. And then it's well, you can take those resources and focus on meeting your customers' needs instead of trying to figure out you've got your product so dialed in now that, with those resources and software that you can then focus on the customer instead. That's really cool.
Absolutely. Yeah, no, that's the goal. Anybody, you can go and buy a case off the shelf. If it fits, it ships, that sort of scenario. And that's fine. But is it really going to make it? Is it really what they say it is? we sell ourselves.
Yeah.
And then that way we can, collaboration, partnership, and that works well. So,
how has your SolidWorks usage kind of evolved over time? Like the customer needs of changing or evolving. You guys are clearly growing.
Sure.
We talked about how your factory has expanded.
Right.
Even within the span of like 3 years, it's almost like quadrupled in size. So how has your SolidWorks usage kind of changed over time with that?
Well, like I said, coming from an architecture CAD background, I didn't have any SolidWorks experience. When we first started doing our hazardous gas cases, it was this is the only way we're going to get there. And so I jumped in the deep end. We got SolidWorks. I had a cousin that knew it from college, and here we go.
I love stories like that.
Yeah. And so it was 80-hour weeks for 2 or 3 weeks. But, we all knew that there was a deadline looming of when this product had to go to market, because that's when the law goes into effect. And so we made it work. And looking back at those, I mean, it was hilarious to see how crude and rudimentary it was. And even to today, I mean, we'll pull an old program and be like, really, what was that?
I did this.
Yeah,
everyone has that feeling.
Yeah,
who made this? Oh,
and then you go look at the property. It's like, oh no, it's not. That's got my name on it.
Yep.
So, and even like I said, we brought on a couple of new engineers, and even the stuff that I've learned from them in the last several months has taken us to the next level.
Yeah,
it's been interesting. There's always something new. There's always something to grow on.
There's always something new.
That's the great thing about a conference too, right? Yeah, we say it every time we go. It's like, even for as long as we've been doing it, you go to a conference like 3D Experience World, you always leave with something new. Like, I had no idea you could even do that.
Right.
So cool.
You guys, this is actually, we were in Dallas not too long ago. I want to say it was, someone's going to get me on this.
Yeah.
It's live, right? I want to say it was like 2017 or so. And you were there, right?
Yes, sir. Yeah, we made it out.
Yeah, so you guys made it out. Talk to us a little bit about like just the value of going to any kind of training like that. I think, like, thinking on my end, I started much the same way. I got a copy of SolidWorks that's helpful to me. It's like right around, I guess, just college, right? Just taking around and making stuff. It looks representative of the type of device I was actually looking to design. But I had undefined sketches. Like, everything was like spaghetti. It was crazy. But talk to me about like some of the value of just going to those sorts of training style conferences or events or whatever for SolidWorks.
I think a lot of it was, we don't know what you don't know.
Yeah,
we go in and it's like, oh, this is a course that grabbed my attention. I don't really know whatever it may be, and then you go in and you're like, oh, you can do that. Oh, it does this, I think the first thing that it grabbed my attention at one of those was an equation-driven like pattern.
Yeah.
Or if-then scenarios and things like that. It's like, oh, if I'm doing this, I don't have to redraw that every time, or I don't have to suppress all this. I can have equations drawn up for me. When we started, everything we did was a one-off custom scenario, and so we spent a lot of time designing a box for one thing that we sold to one customer specifically. But as you can, around here, you can see we've got lines that we sell to multiple people, and we make a bunch of them now.
Yeah.
And the beauty of it, getting further along and knowing how to do it now, is I can let the software draw and do my job for me. I can add in the little features that make it a customized product that's for this particular customer or that one, but I don't have to go and start with a sketch every time and rebuild it every time. So that's been huge in our business.
It's interesting just looking around and seeing just so much of what people are working on here, all the machines.
Right.
You guys pretty much are going end to end. Like, you guys are designing your products, of course, in-house.
Yeah.
You guys, some customers will talk to you, right? There's no right or wrong, but it's just what you're doing based on your capacities, your needs, your wants, what you want to take in-house. You guys are doing so much in-house.
Right. We do everything from the design. We do a lot of the assembly. We up even drop testing. We do in packaging testing. We're certified to do that as well, so we can do it all the way up to there. We've got a paint department that we can paint things. But yeah, I mean, start to finish, it's all done in-house. Interiors, we do the foam, we can do the plastic inserts, things like that. It's all manufactured right here in our facility.
Where's like the biggest, if we think about AmeriCase today, what are you guys most excited about as a business? Like, let's think maybe a year, 2 years down the line, where are you trying to get to? Like, what's your biggest area for growth right now?
Pick the who's who out of the Fortune 500. in the technology sector, in the auto industry sector, we're working with them currently on developing packages for what happens if something happens in the future. You know, a fail-safe of, oh no, my product's gone bad. I need to get it pulled in real quick, and I need to have something already established. We're working on that. We're doing that. You know, we're trying to take our technology that we've got now, working with other industries, working with other, you know, manufacturers to say, if I add your product, what does that do? How can I make this better? How can I take this into another niche market? And so, you know, we've established an R&D team to be able to do that kind of thing, to where we can push forward, keep pushing the envelope, trying to figure out what's the next thing.
One of the things I really appreciate and admire about your company, as you told kind of the story of it, is how you just navigated yourself in these different areas of growth.
Yeah, we couldn't have done it without the software. I mean, like I said, when we did the first one, we cut one out and we said, oh, we moved a few holes. You're not going to make it. You're not going to get anywhere doing that, you know. And so it's been fun to see, and all the different, you know, things that it's gotten us into. You know, we've been able to go from this, you know, the Stone Age to the Space Age, really and truly in about the last probably 10 years. Without SolidWorks, it wouldn't have been possible.
And I feel like, you know, almost the successes are sort of in parallel, right? Because SolidWorks is always doing the same thing, trying to look ahead, like, what might our users need coming forward? You guys, you know, that success is very looking forward to, okay, what are people going to be needing? You know, if you knew nothing about Americase, you'd say, you know, people have been making a box for forever, right? I don't know when boxes were invented, right? Forever, but it's so cool to see a company that makes a product like that, like, thinking so far ahead. What are people going to need to be using these things for? And I think that success is kind of shared in that sense.
It's so symbiotic, right? You think about conferences as well. Conferences are kind of where, you know, that's kind of the forcing function of why we came together, why we're having this conversation related to each other. And that just happens at the super macro level at conferences like 3D Experience World. So if you've never been to 3D Experience World, I think this is a bit of an ad. Like, please, you know, consider joining us next year for 2025. It's also weird to say that. That's great. Yeah, 2025. And Chris, surely, you know, we'll hope to see you around the corridors. Maybe go into a sheet metal class.
Sure.
Although at this point, you probably don't need it.
Yeah, you can teach one. We can teach one.
You can teach one. That's fair.
There you go. Right.
Yeah, we always need new instructors. So Chris, it was a great chat with you.
Appreciate it.
Great to see you.
Bye.
What's up, everyone? Wow, it's been a while since we've been at the desk here. Yeah, today's been long. It's been crazy. We have like the grand finale here, though.
Oh,
Arya. Oh, me. Arya, what's going on, man?
Man, I'm having a blast.
Yeah.
This is amazing. Really. Yeah.
It was really nice to see you in your element earlier today at the Hive. You know, getting to meet new people and kind of taking it all in.
Yeah.
What did
You caught me off guard.
Well, did the Hive catch you off guard? Because like it caught me off guard this year, and I've seen it every year. You know, since it was great. It was absolutely insane in there.
One thing in particular that caught me off guard was that what was the name? Rap Adapt.
Yeah.
Man, that was impressive.
Yeah.
That was really impressive.
Yeah. That was impressive.
Yeah.
You have a great
Yeah,
Rap
that's
Adapt
my friend
as well,
Devin.
right?
He does amazing work.
He
So
does.
cool. Did you see his eye tracker set up
I
and
did,
everything?
and I was
so cool.
impressed. I was blown away. Yeah.
Impressive guy.
Yeah, he has specialized. I noticed. I was kind of looking. We were talking to Devin. He has like specialized SolidWorks assets set up that I saw just along the command manager area. But yeah, it's you're kind of, I guess at this point. I know this is the last part of day one of live, right? But this is like you're at like the half day mark of the first day of 3D Experience World. So yeah, what's it been like? Have you called any sessions, or what's been your kind of experience? Like, what kind of stuff did you check out?
Well, first thing first, this morning at the general session, I did not expect most of the stuff that I saw. It was the AI, that bit. I was expecting it, but not like that. And also all the other modules, the great people that came and talked, it was amazing. I was just hooked all the way, and I didn't know what to expect. So
that was above my expectation.
Awesome. That's awesome to hear. Well, we've been saying, this is that kind of the grand finale for day one. We'll be back with day 2 and day 3 with different streams. But yeah, Ariane, we wanted to have you back here. Many people, we've joked about it off air and on air. Many people know who you are for your great SolidWorks content on YouTube. You have 170, I think, a bunch of, I think you have some fellow fans. Yeah, we're always getting distracted by people just like walking by.
Some students, some people. This is the first time. I'm gonna be honest. I did not expect this either. And people coming to me, knowing me, and they look at me like I kind of know you, and I was like, should I know you back? But
should I know you back?
This is new to me, and it's I have to learn how to deal with it.
Yeah, it's a cool experience, man. But we're here for you to do what you do best. Teach us tactical topics about SolidWorks, and we went over some of the things you were thinking yesterday when we caught up for the first time. So I'm really excited to get into it. If we could show, I guess, Ariane's feed. I'm excited to see what you want to get into, man.
Well, I wanted to start with some of the when tips, not the how tips and the what tips. The what tips are, this tool does this and it's cool, and how to do this is also another thing. But one thing that I have noticed that is missed by a lot of my students is that they don't know when to work with what, because as you both know, there is always more than one way to come to the solution SolidWorks. So when should you choose route A, when should you choose, and why? So this is, I think, knowing this makes the difference between being a good and a fluent modeler and just being a little bit of a beginner modeler. So I wanted to cover a little bit of the when tips like that, and that starts with the design intention a little bit for me. As most people probably know, sketches in SolidWorks have different states: underdefined, fully defined, overdefined, and there are different ways to fully define a sketch. You could either work with the smart dimension, add the dimensions. You could work with the sketch relations and add the sketch relations. And knowing your design intent should define when to work with smart dimension and when to work with the sketch relations. So over here, I'm going to create a block with a hole in the center of it. Very simple, but what comes out of it is the concept that I wanted to put more lights on.
Okay.
And I want to take it a little bit slower, one step back before I even fix the block. Talk about where to place the block in the first place, because it kind of spins off into a different tips of its own.
Sure. That's kind of your base feature, right? It's like your starting point.
Yeah. So let's just give 2 dimensions to this rectangle. Should we have it at 10? And okay, the units don't matter at this point, and 5. I've seen a lot of my students and people who are starting off with SolidWorks for the first time. They would like to place their rectangle like this because naturally it gives them the positive X and positive Y, and maybe it has the word positive to it, but it doesn't matter to SolidWorks. What you are missing if you go down this route is having your planes cutting your component in half, which can be super helpful if you want to have a cross section later, if you want to select that plane as an entity in assembly to mate it, if you want to mirror something on both sides. It's always helpful to have your planes cutting your components in half. So what I do recommend is, instead of doing it like this, there are different ways to fix this, but I would go with the center rectangle. And I just recalled our conversation, how to say, I have to include that too, but that would be cheating, that's not my tip.
And just as, we have a bit of a break here. If anyone has any questions, I'm going to be checking my phone.
Oh, please.
I always tell people whenever I look at my phone, I'm like, hey, I'm not I'm not on WhatsApp, just like texting people. We are truly live on YouTube. If you guys have questions, I'd be happy to take a look and relay them on. And same goes for the live crowd. There is a microphone up here too, so if you're watching us here in person, let us know.
Step up to the plate.
Okay, now that I have the center rectangle placed and the coordinate system, the 0, 0, 0 is at the center of the rectangle, I'm going to add the dimensions. What was it? 100 by 50? Doesn't matter at this point. Now, I said I wanted to place a hole on the center of this rectangle. Let's just draw a circle on purpose on the side. And there is one way to place it on the center using this smart dimension. Of course, I can go ahead and assign 50 to the x and 25 to y, and it does the job for me if I look at it short term. But if I want to consider this for the long haul, I have to take into account that at some point I might have to iterate this component.
Sure.
I have to come back, change the x and y of the block, and if I do it like this, while it works right now and it's perfectly on the center, I have to change the x and y for the center of the circle as well.
Yep.
And this goes down to your design intention and design intent. If you want the circle to be 50 from the side and 25 from the top, yes, you work with the smart dimension. But if you want it on the center, you don't do it like this, because I'm going to state the obvious, but if I do this 300, the circle is no longer at the center. So the right way would be to work with the sketch relations and assign the right relations to it.
It's interesting, Aryan. I know a lot of these tips are sort of derived from your dealings with your subscribers, your followers, with your students, right?
Yeah.
Which we'll talk about, your classes and the individuals that you mentor. Why do you think it is that people avoid, and maybe that's the wrong word, but they sort of stick to using dimensions, like in this case, for example, for sort of centering of a sketch? Is it because the dimension, I would go through the simplest example. Dimensional is active, I'm just going to add dimensions because I know the dimensions, and I don't want things to move around anymore. I want to move on. I want the sketch color to turn black, a different color. Is that what is it sort of driven by?
When you pick up a tool,
yeah,
it's often easier to just carry on using that tool.
Sure. Yeah.
Than just putting it back and use a different tool. But you are missing on a lot further down the road, right?
For me, it's a hammer.
Yeah.
That's my goal, please.
Yeah. If you want to open a screw with a hammer. Yeah, they have the smart dimensions active, so like, okay, let's just add, I know the half of 100 is 50, so let's just do that quickly. That quickly would cause you, I don't know how many minutes, depending on the complexity of your model, days later when you're assembling everything together, right? So it would actually cause you hours when you wanted to save a couple of seconds.
Sure.
You need to know when you should save what.
Yeah.
So I think it's also probably a little bit of mindset too, because if you're just starting off with modeling, you're thinking a little bit literally, right? You're saying dimension. Where when you understand how modeling works, or you have a better understanding of how modeling works, then you can take advantage of that to say, I know what's going to happen, right?
Yeah.
So there's a little bit of like a mindset shift. Like, I know how this system works, so therefore I'm going to do it a little bit differently. But if you're just starting out, you might not know that, or you might not know to even think of that.
Yeah.
So I think there's probably a little combination of those things.
That's true, and I think that understanding, that mindset comes with experience.
Yes.
Right? The more you do it, the more you can predict. This is one of those cases. You have to do
And
like
to
that.
be honest, I think even just having a name for it, having design intent, we can talk about it as that mindset element. I think that even that helps. So, going to training from you or a reseller or something like that, you get assigned that name. It's like, okay, yeah, that's the thing that I'm supposed to be doing.
Absolutely.
That helps keep it top of mind anyway.
For sure.
Okay, so now the hole is on the center of the block. I can extrude this. Let's just do 50, just for the sake of. And what I just did was a mistake on purpose. In my humble opinion, it's not a mistake, but I would like to recommend not doing it like this as much as you can. Maybe your design doesn't allow it and you have to do it. But if you don't know what your design allows or not, it probably does allow it. So I would not recommend just going blind and extrude your block in one direction because, as I said, the more planes you have on the center of your component, the better. And right now, oh sorry, I'm not used to the but the more planes you have on the center of your block, the better. And right now, I have one of the planes sitting on one of the surfaces.
Yeah.
So basically, I'm wasting one of my entities altogether, right?
Yeah. Why does that matter?
Because you could, to create a 3D geometry in SolidWorks, basically, you would need, in most cases, to start with a 2D sketch. And in order to draw a 2D sketch, you need a plane or a surface, a flat surface, right? Right now, I have 6 flat surfaces and I have 3 planes. So why would I want to merge one of the planes with one of the flat surfaces and lose one of my advantages? I can leverage this in having more planes at my disposal. So if I do it mid-plane like this, now I have 3 planes cutting this component exactly in half, and I have 6 perfect flat surfaces, so I have more options now. It's all about having options. So if you limit yourself early on in your design, it's going to be tougher and tougher the more you just go and add and modify your component.
Yeah, very rarely is a design asymmetrical in every sense, right? There's
True.
almost always some symmetry somewhere that you can take advantage of those tools, but if you lock yourself out of it, then you gotta jump through some more hoops to try to recreate
that's something
it.
I remember hearing quite often. You know, the idea that, well, it isn't really a symmetrical design, but as you probe, right, sometimes you'll find that what they really mean is it is not exactly symmetrical, right? To your point, well, that means you can still take advantage of that, right? So that's it's very, very important.
Yeah, it's a great point.
I mean, there are cases that I don't necessarily do it like this. For example, if I just want to show it quickly, when I have a design that has 2 circles instead of 1, and the second circle is not on the center, then it's not symmetrical anyway. But I would like to start by placing my main circle on the coordinate system, or coordinate plane, for the origin. It's always nice to use the origin on something important. So the more options you have later, the better for you. The more flexibility you have in your design.
Yeah, that's a good way to put it. You might not know if you need it,
Yeah.
but there's no reason not to have it later.
Absolutely,
right?
that's it.
Yeah.
Well said. Very well said. Okay, so this was one of the when tips. I have another one coming up again in a couple of minutes, but I think I can give you the first one.
Yeah, let's do it. I'm just checking in on the chat. I see you have a fan here from Turkey. Just reading some of the more recent messages. Hello from Turkey. Amazing presentation. So we're really getting into it. So thank you guys for viewing. So once again, anyone who's out there in our little audience section here, so it's kind of a hybrid presentation in a sense. If you have any questions, feel free to step up and ask Ariane any SolidWorks questions related to the presentation, anything that Ariane's presenting on, and likewise in the chat here on YouTube. We are live. Any questions you have, any technical questions, feel free to interject there with this one.
A live audience and our virtual live audience.
yeah, we never know. I mean, TV is live, like we talked about this a lot. Like TV is live, but sometimes that stuff's recorded, right? So it is a live debut of content or a live airing of content, but it may be recorded content. This is live.
Or live.
See even through the clock in the corner of the screen.
So, Sean, the next tip that I have, it's fine. The next tip that I have is not as basic, and it's not about the when or the design intent. It's actually kind of a workaround.
Okay.
To assign equations to the number of patterns, whether it's linear or circular, for the sketches. And I think it's kind of helpful, and I have actually benefited from this in one of my actual designs that I did at work. There were like a portfolio of different stems with different sizes that we had to make. And instead of just spending 8 hours on each design, we spent 8 hours to create the base sketch, assign the equations to it, and you just change the variables, and you just generate as many sizes as you want, and that's a huge time-saving factor. So I want to talk about that. At the moment, I'm going to cancel this, go to Tools, and go to Equations, and just assign one variable of A, and just give a number between 1 to 5. 4. 4. Okay. Now, linear pattern, the Y direction, random number 30. Okay, over here, if I just press equal, the symbol, to assign the equations, I cannot.
Yep.
And I would go with 4, that's fine. And as you know, you see the number of instances that you have created here.
Yeah.
If I double click on that, I can assign it here. So it's kind of a good workaround. And now if maybe I just go here and change it to 6.
Cool.
Yeah.
That's yeah. It's well, we were talking about patterning yesterday.
Yeah.
A lot of times if you double click on a pattern feature, or like you're doing here, if you're doing sketch patterning, you get a dimension that you can work with, you can configure, and yeah, sometimes it might not be obvious, and in the case that you showed, it doesn't work in the interface where you might expect to typically do that kind of thing. But nonetheless, the dimension can be sort of assigned to an equation, and that's really cool.
Yeah. Speaking of linear patterns, I want to go back and edit the sketch. And there was a time I used to think that once I used a sketch pattern, whether linear or circular, it was gone. It was an interface lost under the layers of code, and if I wanted to edit that, I had to delete everything and redo it.
Yeah.
You know about patterning features, you can always go and edit it. You get the same interface, you can edit it. But over here, it looks like in a sketch, and I see the number here, but I cannot find where that interface is to edit it. And one thing that people can do is to go here, display the relations, and you get every relation that is assigned to the sketch over here.
Good tip in and of itself. Yeah.
Yeah, wait, true. And you can see the pattern is listed here. Right click on that, edit pattern, and you get the interface back. And
so that say there was a time that you didn't know that was there. For Sean and I, that was any time before yesterday when we talked at coffee. I really knew that was there. I did not know that. Jesse and I looked at each other like, when was that added? Where is that? Is that? And you know what we always say? Is that even in the help anywhere? Where it's like it might very well be, but we didn't know. So that was a really cool tip. Let us know in the chat, by the way, if you know about that. Be honest, please. No, that's a very cool tip, and it adds to the flexibility, like you said, of sketch pattern features.
Yeah.
Because that was always historically, at least, that was the consideration of mine. Whenever I was choosing, if there was a case where it seemed like it was an either or of using a feature-driven pattern versus a sketch-driven pattern. So yeah. Now, what I'm curious is if there's any other way to get back there. We messed around a little bit yesterday. We couldn't find any other way back except for there. But I'm curious if anybody knows. Put that in the chat because I want to know. Let us know. If there's another way back there, I'd love to know it.
And this also brings me to the next thought that I have. So this is the state of the things as of right now. I would carry on doing this for a couple of months, maybe years, and at some point you can see, oh, it's added there. So it's another tip of its own that makes SolidWorks really interesting to me. It's never boring. There's always something to look up to. Oh, there is this new thing. They added that. If you remember, in very older versions, you could have not added an equation to the value of your extrusion. You can do that now. So while this is a tip today, might be an obsolete tip in a couple of years. So it's always good to just go back and check what you think you know. And I thought it's worth mentioning.
Yeah, sure, 100%. That's just good life advice. Whatever you think you know, check it. Check it.
Yeah, why not?
Mine's changed.
Why not?
Yeah, it's on Jesse and I's team, we put together the what's new content. You saw a bit of that from some of our teammates on stage today. So naturally, we're focusing very much so on what's in the what's new document and what you will find there, right? We're making, that's what's going into the the scripts and the stuff we show within the videos, the what's new videos, of course. But you look at stuff like this, and there is so much inside of SolidWorks, so many different types of software that at conferences like these you just come across, and what might be more interesting or more impactful for you might be less so about what's new in the particular version of SolidWorks they're using, and what just so happens to be newly exposed to you.
Yeah.
And I think that's so cool about conferences like these.
That's so true.
Yeah, it's crazy.
The next tip that I would like to bring on, which is a newly added feature to the SolidWorks 2024, is something that's so simple, but it's so helpful. And a lot of times you wish like, oh, I wish it did that. This is not one of those times. I did not see this coming, and I'm really happy that it's here. And this is like for assigning dimensions to your entities, to your sketch. Right now, I don't see it, and thanks to you, I got the shortcut that is right here, preview sketch dimensions. I used to go and customize my tools, the menu, I'm doing it from there. But if you activate this, you already get the preview, and just double click on that and assign the new dimension that you want. And I think this is just really cool to have.
Yeah, I love that one.
Yeah. So,
it's a good addition.
It is.
People saying things like very good in the chat about the circular pattern tip. So I just
Okay,
wanted to
cool.
give you a view from the outside
Very
here.
happy to hear that. Okay.
Yeah, and that should even work even if you like control select a couple things or an angle or something like that. I think you still get previews.
The distance, yeah.
Yep. Very cool. And I like that because there's a lot of things in SolidWorks that I like get developed for consistency purposes, like using control and select to add in mates. Okay, well that's the same way that you add in sketches, you add in your sketch relations. So okay, there's like a direct analogy, right? Same thing with that, hold control, add a couple things. That's like adding in a mate as well. I love that kind of stuff.
Yeah. So, Jesse, for example, a lot of the tips that I add to my videos and upload come from my own frustration of dealing with SolidWorks when I didn't know the answer.
Yep.
So I assume a lot of other beginners, I still consider myself a beginner. Just
so do we. Yep. Yeah.
You are. I look up to you guys.
Well,
I do.
you have to have a beginner's mindset.
You have to. That's true. That's what I need. You need to have that mindset because there's always something new to learn, and that's what I'm all about.
Yeah.
One of the frustrations that I had was getting errors, those mustard yellow errors that you don't like, but you have to deal with them. Sooner than later, at some point, in an assembly especially, they appear. You need to know how to diagnose the situation, find the root cause, and solve it. I'm going to create one on purpose over here. So I will have an underdefined sketch over here. At this point, it doesn't matter. It's not placed on the center. I'm not following any of my own tips. Very bad student. But I'm going to have it right here.
At least it's not being broadcast over the internet, right?
Oh, yeah, good thing.
No one's watching.
Now, I'm going to combine this tip with another when tip. So it's going to be 2-in-1. And I'm going to place a geometry like a circle, and I'm going to extrude it into the component. Now, the value of the extrusion, let's just set it to 70. Why? Because assume this distance from over here, this surface that I'm starting the extrusion from, to the other surface parallel to that, assume this is 80. Okay, I don't want to do the actual measurement. And we don't care about the 70 over here, the value. We just want to have 10 inches of offset.
That's your design intent,
yeah,
right?
That's my intent,
yeah.
Right? So I'm like, okay, this is 80, 70 would do the job. Let's click OK. Right? At this point, everything is fine. and I realized there is some mistake in the drawing, so I'm gonna go back and change this surface, this line. So I would go fix it like this, and I pay extra attention to adding the right sketch relations and on being a good student. And I use the trim entities and I get rid of this excess line over here. And I click OK, and I see an error. So I would usually click on continue, and I see that mustard yellow error over here. Usually when you see the error on the feature level, it could be the feature, but I would like to extend it, see, okay, it exists also on the sketch level. So you have to dig deeper. Okay, good. So sketch is the problem. You go here, and I don't read the pop-ups and errors. So I'm not a patient person, so I would like to work fast. And
I'm sure there are other people in the chat and other people at this desk being pretty frank that are the same.
3 of 3.
But yeah, one of the things I remember mentioning just to a lot of different users is the difference between yellow and red. Yellow and red are not generally good colors in your feature tree. I would argue though, at least they alert you to the fact that something's wrong. They do a good job what they do. But yellow, in a way, can be almost more dangerous, right? Because the feature is still in a way updating. It's still in a way resulting in something. And I like when you actually cascade or unveil the sketch underneath the feature. You can actually see the feature itself if it is in fact a sketch. And this lends itself, I think, to your comment about patience. Because at least it tells you, oh, there's something wrong in the sketch.
Yeah.
So it's like if we're not reading the messages, at least know that hey, it's at the sketch level. Don't go around the feature. There's something up there.
The message was there. I just ignored it.
Yeah. I'm sure it happens.
Yeah.
I'm sure it happens to everyone.
Because I know more and I know better than SolidWorks. You cannot tell me what to do. I'm the boss. I would just go there and I'm like, okay, the sketch looks fine. I would just display errors. There is no error here. So what's the problem? That used to be my problem a lot of times. So needless to say, the error lies one layer beneath the sketch, and it's on the plane level. If I click on edit plane, sketch plane, you will see it's a missing face because I went back, edit the base sketch, I got rid of that entity which had an ID. That face that was there initially was assigned to that sketch ID. Now that ID is missing, so that face is gone, and you have a new face with a new name, and SolidWorks cannot know this is the same thing. And being a proud person, I'm like, I knew that. I'm gonna select a new one, and boom, problem solved, no error. Let's continue. But I forgot one thing. That design intent that I did not pay enough attention to. I selected 70 because I wanted to have the 10 as offset. That 10, I doubt it's there because I moved the plane and the extrusion was blind. Now let's just look at it. It doesn't look like a 10 anymore. It's much closer than that.
Yeah.
So because I was starting from this level before and I was going down 70, now I'm starting here. I'm still going down 70. So that's the design intent, and that's where another when tip comes to mind. Instead of extruding this blindly, you need to offset it from a surface, right? Because your intention was you did not care about the actual depth, you just wanted to have an offset of 10. Like in this case, we just set it 10, and 10 brings it here. Okay.
See, Amy Peterson in the chat saying, love the emphasis on design intent. Good advice, especially for complex, evolving models. Awesome.
And if I'm going to measure that, what do we have? 63.9. So 70 was good when it was 80. Now I don't have to actually go ahead and measure this and do the calculations. I can just rely on options that SolidWorks provides me with and work with offset from surface. So this is another when tip based on the design intention.
And you can imagine, I mean, this is a two feature part. If you were to do everything manually and have to update, you're basically not using SolidWorks is SolidWorks, right? There aren't really many rules in how you're developing your designs. Your design really isn't agile. So yeah, I think that's a very instructive point.
Sean, you have worked with the Weldments module, right?
Yes.
And so have you. SolidWorks does offer all these cool modules like sheet metal. I don't see Weldments here. We could always add it from here, right? Like Weldments. But a huge understanding that I have gained recently after talking to, if I'm not mistaken, it was well over 140 students, is that many of them don't know, or they know these modules exist, they just are not patient enough to find out what these modules are for. A lot of these modules are designed to help them with their actual needs, but they're brushing over that. Okay, that's something advanced. I'm not welding anything together. I'm just using the screws, bolts, and nuts. So that's not for me. And they carry on, do the work in a much more labor-intensive way, and they can just prevent that and do it much faster in a smarter way. And that's Weldments that I wanted to bring to the attention of these people.
Yeah, you told me a really interesting story. Yeah, and maybe you'll get to it. But yeah, just from one of your students and how they were modeling something versus how you could be modeling it in a much quicker, more efficient way.
Yeah. So Weldments is very helpful for structures when you have certain type of profiles that you are going to extrude in different angles and shape and forms, create a cut list at the end, and send it to manufacturing. So if it's a I-beam, that's a profile you wanted to have 20 different sizes of same I-beam. That's where Weldment becomes handy. And not only one student, I saw this in many of my students that they were doing just that, only they were working with solid body design. They were manufacturing each and every profile, manually extruding it, cutting it from the side, saving it individually, opening an assembly file, bringing them, assigning makes, and that is a process you don't want to face unless you have to.
Especially considering miter corners and those sorts of things. And,
oh, yeah.
Oh my gosh. And like we were just talking about, something changes. And
that's where the actual problem comes in. Until to that point, it's a hassle.
Yeah.
But after that, it's a headache.
Time, but
okay, yeah. So the basis for that is 3D sketches, right? 3D sketches, unlike 2D ones, don't need a plane or a surface. You can just activate it and just go start drawing. And I remember those days where I click on the 3D sketch and I worked with mine, like, okay, this is on the first plane, this goes in depth, this comes back out, and this goes to the right. And I was like, okay, that I can see it happening. And then I rotated and everything was on one plane.
Yeah.
Okay, another time. I will come back at it again. So I just wanted to solve this problem once and for all for those older versions of myself who don't know this, is that you are always looking at your monitor, the canvas, one 2D plane at a time. Look at it that way. And you can understand which one it is by just clicking on this option. This is an XY plane. If I want to rotate it, down here we have YZ plane. So this is how you should start with your 3D sketch. Just look at one plane at a time and take it one step at a time. So let's just draw a line. We don't have to get rid of the line function. It can be active. I can hold shift and press the arrow key to rotate my view 90 degrees, go to the YZ plane. Now I add another line. Now this time I'm going to the ZX and click OK. Now when I rotate my sketch, I get surprised.
Yeah.
I am literally surprised.
You have and those when you mention those relations, those sort of inferential boxes, right? You're getting different types of relations because it's a different type of sketching environment, right?
Yeah.
It's very cool. Yeah.
Now this is a 3D sketch.
Yeah, I've never seen a 3D sketch like that.
You see a 2D sketch?
No, I was gonna say I've never seen a 2D sketch like that.
Oh yeah, exactly. You cannot fit this sketch on any 2D plane. So that's what you need to work on before you can start with the weldments module, because even if you want to take the what is it, CSWP-WD, right? It's the weldments module official exam. You need to know 3D sketching. That's part of the exam.
Yeah, it's like if you've never used weldments, in my mind anyway, if you've never used weldments but you've used the sweep command, right? It's a very sort of similar process, right? Where it's like you're mapping out your path, and then you begin worrying about how do I apply my profile.
Yeah.
And of course there are different ways to do that, but yeah, it does strike me as similar in that regard.
So you have your 3D sketch ready, then everything after that is the fun part. Where when you select your profile and actually see you get the fruit of your efforts, and you see some modeling. And I am going with the angled iron with this size and select my sketches like this. And after that, when you get the preview, isn't that just the best feeling in the world?
Yes. Yeah, just in general, not just the weldments. Anyway.
Yeah. When you see this specific yellow color of preview, it just already releases dopamine in my head.
Yeah.
Something is working.
There's so much to be said for using this sort of method. I think the one thing that comes to my mind is you weren't really worried. You talk about sweeps. Almost every time you're doing a sweep, you're having to sketch some sort of profile.
Yeah.
I know there are exceptions now with circular profiles, but still. Here, right, I didn't see you sketch any profile.
Yeah.
Right? There's a library of profiles, right?
Exactly. That's the magic of weldments.
Yeah.
That's what you need to learn weldments for, and this is amazing. So
it's knowing the tools you have, right?
Yeah.
Which at 3D Experience World conferences like these, right? For years, that's so often been how you figure out stuff like that. And of course, you're following, people like you, right? And yeah, leveraging your knowledge and the things that you've seen.
I'm just gonna keep rotating the profile because
Yeah. You told me you do that. I do the same thing. It's like, I'm just gonna keep rotating this. There you go. But no,
a lot of times when I want to procrastinate, this is what I do.
You just keep rotating.
Yeah, I just rotate my model like that. So this is one cool component that, for all you know, could be a very important part of a rocket that NASA sends to outer space. So we just did that.
Sure. Yeah, very good tip.
And it's nice because, I think you make a really good point about 3D sketching being kind of a barrier to something as we would think as simple as weldments, right? Once you know what weldments are, it's like, oh, it's a piece of cake, it's a no-brainer.
Yeah.
But 3D sketches is definitely a barrier for a lot of people, right? Trying to get used to that initially, it's very disorienting at first. It's like, where am I in space? What am I trying to do here?
Yeah.
That's a great way to break it down into, okay, I'm working on this plane. Now I'm working in this view. Now I'm working in this view. And then you can kind of graduate from there, right? Once you get the hang of 3D sketches, then you can just start, using the tab key to flip what plane you're sketching in, and you can just kind of work in 3D and know where you're going. But that's a great intermediate step to kind of get yourself into the mindset of, what am I trying to do here?
Perfectly said. Once you get the hang of it, everything makes sense.
Yeah.
And it's just fun after that.
Yep.
I made a joke. I said the fun part begins after. But the truth is, once you get the hang of 3D sketching, you tap into a new word that you realize what SolidWorks can do. And it's not all SolidWorks can do. You tap into the new room. And I'm like, oh, there's so much more I could have done all these years. And I was missing on it because I didn't want to, take that couple of minutes of training. And once you get that, your world changes.
I would say the same in some regards with sheet metal. The other models that you mentioned, right? It could be confusing. How does this operate? How do I get this feature to work? How do we do a butter flange? It's not working.
Yeah.
Whatever. But once you do it once, you look up a tutorial.
I wanted to do that too.
Yeah.
But sheet metal is a big blue ocean. It needs. We have to sit down hours talk about that. But I have received questions from my students again that they send me a component and it looks like a perfect sheet metal. It's bend, you see the the hem and all of that, and it's made from solid body, and they want to bend it at a certain degree from a certain corner, and you realize they have not been working with sheet metal. It just tells me that they don't know it exists. They want it, but to me, sheet metal was another feature of in SolidWorks, like a solid body. I'm like, what's the difference? I know surfaces have no thickness, but it does have a thickness. So let's just go back to what I know. And I would just see sheet metal and would go back for years, if I'm honest, until I took it upon myself and went ahead and learned it, and it just opened another room for me.
Yeah, we were talking over coffee yesterday a little bit about how there's like a perceived kind of risk versus reward or something, right? When you know how to do something, you have a method that will get you to a finish line. Yeah. It's like, okay, I know what this is going to take. But if I go to try to learn a new one, is it going to take me twice as long to learn a new method? How much time is it actually going to save me? I don't know, because I don't know what that method entails or what it can even do for me, which is what I think, to Sean's point earlier, is so valuable about watching any of the videos that we produce or you produce, or we have this massive, great community of people who are sharing things. To watch something that you may or may not need, I always find to be super valuable, right? I'm constantly watching things that I don't know if I'm going to use it, but now I know that it can be done, and if I don't remember how to do it, I can come back and watch your video again, right, and see. Okay, yeah, that's right. I at least remember that I can do this. There's a faster way. There's a better way to do this. Maybe I'll go and figure out what it is. But if you don't take the time to be kind of gradually gathering those little bits of information, then you've got to stop mid-project and say, okay, well, let's see. Do I have time to figure this out, right?
But I love them. These small Easter eggs that I go and find.
Yeah, me too.
Gives me more motivation and drive.
Yeah.
And now that SolidWorks just is closed, I want to use this opportunity to cover another tip that should not be. You don't need SolidWorks open for this point.
Okay.
And this is.
Let's take a look. I think the screen probably wants to turn off here. Yeah, if we could show Ariane's screen here again. There we go. Okay. All right. So yeah, so you went in. What was that program there?
So you just type wizard on your own Windows, right?
Okay.
SolidWorks settings wizard, and this is very helpful. And I learned it recently myself. This is perfect when you want to move your SolidWorks from one computer to another, or you're responsible in your department and you have 20 colleagues. They work with SolidWorks. You want to give them all the same format, the setting. You could save the settings that you have, including all the customizations. You save it wherever you want, and next time you open your SolidWorks in the different computer, you just restore that setting, and it's like moving your SolidWorks there. Everything is there, all the shortcuts, all the customizations, and I think it's a good thing.
There are definitely at least two types of SolidWorks users in this regard. There are people that customize everything. And I've seen so many different types of layouts. There are people that customize nothing. I don't customize much at all. I prefer when things are just sort of stock and clean.
Yeah.
And
that probably comes from teaching.
Yeah, it could. I guess I just like to know that there's some consistency. Like if I'm using it on someone else's computer, but then I know of other people that have their command managers entirely changed. Maybe they have custom tabs on their command manager.
Yeah.
They have custom macros, whatever they have all this stuff that's different. Yeah.
This would be perfect. For example, you could just save their setting and put it on the side. You could load your own setting, work with it, and then just load it back as if you were never there. And one thing that I do, I get your point that you don't customize anything. One thing that I do like to customize is my mouse gestures. So you have it on 4 on default, and you can just change it up to 12. You could go down to 4, and you could go up to 12, right? I've tried it all, and for me the sweet spot is 8, because I can hit each and every one of these tools at the movement of my hand. 12, you have to be super sensitive, and I'm not.
Yeah.
And
yeah, I know.
And I don't need 12 tools at hand all the time. I cannot even memorize their exact location.
Yeah.
So 8 is the sweet spot for me, and I usually work with 8. But the default is 4, and I encourage people to work with mastership because it speeds up your process by a lot.
Yeah.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, 12's quite a bit, and it doesn't just because some people they'll say like I love my keyboard shortcuts or I love my mouse gestures, or whatever it happens to be. You can do a couple different. I love my S key shortcuts. You can do a number of these, right? And like you're showing on the screen, they're context dependent. If you're just in part mode, if you're editing a sketch, if you're in assembly mode, or if you're in a drawing.
Yeah, how great was this revamp? This newer style. I can't even remember when they added it. Probably 6 years ago.
Yeah.
We were talking yesterday about
it. Has
whenever,
always been there.
Yeah, if it seems like it's 2 years ago, it was 6 years ago. But whenever it was that they changed to this interface where you can search and drag and drop and copy between them, amazing. I absolutely love that.
You could drag it away and delete it. I don't want to do that now, but
there was it was either 2023 or 2024. They're kind of bleeding together right now. But in terms of shortcuts, one of the recent ones that I really loved was if you back out of here and just go, back to just back in the part mode. If you press S for the S key, and then you search a command. So you can drag. Let's say so we're in sketch mode right now. Let's drag. Let's say
convert entities.
Yeah, convert entities. That's
but it's here already.
Let's do
repair sketch.
Yeah, let's do that.
Okay.
So you can do the and you can also do the plus sign too. Same thing. But
or to the command manager from there too, right?
Yeah, it's true. But that's like a little trick, and
it is.
You can have your mouse gesture things, be your mouse gesture things, your commands, your gestures.
And drag to remove. That's a weird one as well.
Yep.
I was running a short competition on my YouTube channel for the top 5 tips, and I wanted to decide who had the better tip. Tip number 1 was something I learned myself. So it was so cool. It's just it's so simple, and I love it because it is so simple. And that's just pressing D. Oh, sorry.
Yes.
I see the value next to your mouse, and you get these 2 icons.
Confirmation.
Yeah.
And I love it. I don't have to go back because sometimes you right click and it's already there.
Yeah.
Just right click if you're okay. But if you move the geometry and if you're looking at it, then you have to look and find okay from the menu. But D is just there.
D key. Yeah. I think I forgot about that, frankly, but I remember learning it years ago as part of a Model Mania results review.
Okay.
So yeah, it's in those sorts of contexts. That's why people will watch the results a lot of the Model Mania competition, because you can see like, okay, there's modeling this part because that often sort of begets understanding how to model any part very quickly and how to get out into and out of commands very quickly.
Yeah.
Chris Moet said he made a funny comment. So he said, add the S key to the mouse gestures if you're feeling adventurous.
Wow. Is Chris not here this year?
I'm sure. I feel like Chris is here.
He's got to be. He's probably sitting in a corner watching us. The D key also to breadcrumbs, right? The D key will take the breadcrumbs to your cursor if you're working in a assembly or something.
It does?
Yeah, the breadcrumbs will pop out. That'll bring it right to your cursor, which is super nice.
I did not know that.
Expand that one out a little bit the next time you're
now
there.
we have people giving their own tips here. So Sean, I've been talking to Sean Talley in the chat. Filtering the feature tree is very valuable for long trees. That's a great tip.
Yeah.
Yeah, it doesn't look like it, but you can actually type it.
Yeah, sometimes dialogues look like that. Yeah, if the grays or the colors, they don't sort of. I know exactly what you mean.
Yeah.
Chris said he couldn't make it. Chris, we'll catch you as the next one for sure.
Yeah.
So I see Milwaukee SolidWorks user group. So many of the best parts of the user interface come from finding stuff as close to your mouse as possible.
Yeah. Very true. Very true.
It is true.
They've had some really cool graphics on that over the years that showed up, on main stage screens and things like that. But just doing, some particular set of things, and then they just trace the mouse around, and it's like how much, one particular tool will bring it in. And I feel like it's really easy to underestimate how much time that adds up. Just tracking all over the place. It seems like, how much would that really save me? But then when you start using them, it's like, oh my gosh, this really adds up to a lot.
It does, especially if you're working with SolidWorks a couple of hours a day, almost every day. Imagine saving 5 seconds here, 5 seconds there. At the end of the year, you have saved hours.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's a lot. That shows. That shows.
So everyone, I hope you've enjoyed this session. I know, no doubt, Ariane, you have more. I'd say, could you just hold up? I love how you take notes. Can we just see your notepad here?
That's my secret recipe.
Yeah.
That's I don't write scripts, but I just write bullet points, and I find it very productive with this because it's kind of like rotating a model in SolidWorks. To change the color, you can erase it, rewrite it, and kind of helps me with my productivity.
I'll have to check out which app that is. But I wanted to give you, I know we have about 5, give or take 5 or so minutes. I wanted to give you some time to, I loaded your site in that tab you saw. Can we just take a look at your site just again, once again, just kind of pitch your site and let us know everything you have to offer.
I did not load this.
I did it, yeah. Okay. I didn't tell you. I didn't tell it beforehand.
Yeah.
But I even search, I always do this. I don't know if anyone notices it, but whenever I show YouTube, I always have something in the search bar. I leave it there. So you can search that same query. And we can also, of course, we'll put your channel in the chat there. But yeah, SolidWorks with Ariane, you'll find you right away. But even if you search SolidWorks, you'll find you pretty quickly.
Yeah,
I've noticed. Yeah. So yeah, just for those of us who are tuning in, maybe you've learned of your content for the first time. We're like, yeah, I like how this guy educates. It really connects with me. Just tell us, about your services, about your channel. Just want to give you a plug there.
You know how it got there when you search SolidWorks come up. It just started back in 2000 and I started working with SolidWorks in 2007, and I was hooked. And I was working with it every chance I got, and I became the go-to guy in university among my other students. They would come to me and ask me to help them with their projects. So that was cool and everything, but the problem is that I didn't have anyone to go to, and not that I was the best SolidWorks user in the world. I was probably one of the good ones in my own class. So, and YouTube wasn't like what it is today. You could have not streamed this live. There was no.
Yeah.
I was searching for SolidWorks on YouTube. I remember, and for 4 years there were like 3 videos. I'm not exaggerating. It was 1, 2, 3 videos, and all these 3 videos were teaching how to create threads in SolidWorks. And I was like, I know that already. Somebody should put something out there. And then one day, enough was enough. I said, I need to do video number 4. It was 2011.
Wow.
I uploaded a loft tutorial. I don't know if you have seen it. I don't want to show it. It's really embarrassing.
I talk about this a lot with other people that make videos. I'm embarrassed of basically everything that I made anything more than a year ago.
Yeah.
I think it's just natural.
I have to look it in my own videos. I'm glad I could not find it because people, the top comment was, he's saying okay a lot. And I looked at the video and I do say okay a lot. Like every 2 or 3 seconds, I'm okay. But nevertheless, it got a lot of attention, and I realized a lot of people need to learn it. So I put more content out there just to help others like me who didn't have anyone to ask. And that's how my channel started. And gradually, it gave me the goal of going down this path because I realized I can pass a concept to another person who is walking the same path I did. They're learning SolidWorks, so I have done that. I have felt all those frustrations. So let's just make their life a little bit easier so they don't repeat every single mistake I did. And I have kept that goal to this day. And recently I've just adjusted it a little bit more because I realized the community that is growing with me has evolved. Now they have more goals. They know how to work with SolidWorks now. What should we do with it? We want to put it into practice. That's why I started to add the other modules to it. Okay, you work with SolidWorks, now the design intent, not the weldments. If somebody wants to work with SolidWorks just as a hobby, another person wants to pass their own project at school, the other one wants to get hired, certified, and make money with that.
Everyone has different goals.
So yeah, everyone from all walks of life are working with the software for their own individual reason, and I wanted to help them all shift in the right direction that they need to be. So that's the new goal I have set for my course and my YouTube channel and everything and everyone who tunes in into my content.
Awesome. I think that's a great place to leave it.
Thanks.
Yeah. Well, everyone that's watching here in the chat, please give an applause emoji or +1, whatever you'd like to do for Ariane. This is awesome. Yeah, we have people here in the seats here just clapping. And this was our first hybrid presentation here at the live desk. Yeah. So you broke ground here.
Thanks for having me here.
Absolutely, Ariane.
It was a pleasure.
Enjoy once again. Enjoy your first ever 3D Experience World. Wanted to shout out as well, as we see here on the screen. If you, like Ariane, would like to come to your first ever 3D Experience World, or if you aren't able to attend, like Chris here in the chat this year, but you'd like to go next year, we have this handy QR code. All it is basically you scan the QR code and you just enter in your email address. You fill it out, and you will get the latest information as it arrives on 3D Experience World 2025. And I can't say exactly where it is, but we will be revealing that during the conference this year. So, Ariane, let's get it.
Thank you for having me, Sean.
Cool. All right, so we're actually going to head. Our next segment will be a daily close with our event host, our MC, Tracy Wilson. We'll be going over some of our personal favorite moments of the conference. So stay tuned for that. is so hard to believe that we are here at the end of day one. Insane.
Already.
I feel like it just started like a half hour ago.
Right.
But we're here with a special guest, Tracy Wilson.
Hello.
Tracy, of course, we have to have you for the recaps. You're bringing the energy from the start every single day.
Well, it is so exciting. You know, when we talk about this a lot, so we're going to call this, I think, Top 5 on Live with your host highlight show.
Top 5 on Live.
Yeah. Top 5 on Live.
I like that. It's official. Yeah. We've taken a vote.
Is that good?
It's in.
Well, and so it's interesting. So what we decided is we're gonna find our top 5 things to talk about, and then I had this idea that we would like rank. You go 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. But like, how do you choose?
Yeah.
It's impossible to actually rank. So we'll all talk about 5 things, but not really in any particular order.
You came to us and you mentioned the top 5, and I was like, I can't. Like, I come up with like the top 5, just 5 of my favorite things that I've experienced, but I can't rank them today. I can't do that. Too much.
Ranking is too hard. It's too much pressure. And it's we're gonna talk about our days, and like you said, how's it the end of day 1 already? I think so much prep, so much energy, so much effort goes into it, and all of a sudden we're like, this day is over.
I know. Yeah. What? You know, one thing that I'm very envious of you over, we get to speak with a lot of people out, on the floor, in the hive, the playground.
Yes.
We have a lot of interesting people like Ariana, of course, who was just here.
Fantastic.
So that's all great, but some of the things that I miss, and of course you have the best view of it, is the energy in general session, right? We had a lot of product announcements, a lot of really inspirational stories. We had Lonnie Johnson giving the keynote. I don't want to say too much, but yeah.
Put it on your top 5, Sean. Put it on your top 5.
All right, give it a
I
head.
was gonna say it might be on my top 5.
All right,
Some
so
of
let's
them
go for it.
overlap.
Let's go for it.
Some of them might overlap.
Oh,
right?
I'm sure. Yeah.
But yes, okay.
I have a feeling all 10 of the ones you're going to say, I'm going to be like,
we
oh,
might
I should
all.
put that on my
Okay,
list.
so it'll be our we'll figure it out. We'll figure it out, right?
We'll figure it out.
Fine.
We'll figure it out.
Fine.
So let's start with Lonnie Johnson.
Let's start with Lonnie Johnson.
Yeah.
And so, like you said, I get to see the energy from in the room. I host general session. Everybody comes running in. And one of the privileges about hosting general session is not only do I get to introduce our dignitaries of our event and also the keynotes, but I also get to hang out with people backstage a little bit. And it really is a privilege to get and you also get to chat with everybody here on the desk. And to get to know them also on a little bit of a personal level is amazing.
Sure.
So yes, I think I absolutely have on my list, Dr. Lonnie Johnson. He is, So if you don't know who he is, if you weren't able to be with us this morning or don't know him yet, you might know the Super Soaker water gun. So this is what he is most famous for. But what's interesting about it is he talked about how that invention was really the invention that afforded him to really work on other inventions. He has more than 100 patents for energy-related inventions. And I also thought it was really important that he is a Black man who grew up in the 60s. And he talked about this is Black History Month, that's very important, and how difficult it was growing up and the challenges that he faced as a Black man wanting to be an engineer and the educational barriers. And I think that's important to note how far he has come because he talks about the struggle he faced. He talks about humans are built to solve problems.
Yeah.
Right? And some of that was his own barriers and then his ability to invent. I just thought he was. Oh, and here's a really fun thing he said in his keynote, or maybe he said this to me backstage, I don't remember, because it's so great. He said, as a kid, he thought all the inventions had already been invented.
He said that.
Yeah. Right? Wasn't that great?
Yeah.
He thought they'd all been invented. It's like, oh, that's funny, because then you have to...
Well, it's funny. I think one of the most interesting things that I felt as I was watching his keynote was that very line. Because I started to think, wow, like, he had just gone through, of course, when he was a kid, going through the robotics competition that he won, or the competition that he won, and I was like, wow, I was thinking of all the technological advances, and I'm thinking of all the stuff that he wound up inventing. He has so many patents to his name. I've done a lot of research on it, especially since I knew he was coming to the world. I have to learn about this guy. And to think that person had that thought. Yeah. I think it should force all of us here, regardless of what you're doing, if you're an artist, maker, an engineer, an executive, to rethink, like, have all the great things been done in my sphere, in my area, right?
And clearly, right? We continue to grow, and that was one of the things he talks about growth a lot. And he said, he encouraged everyone, you must persist. You must keep going because all the inventions haven't been, were we talking about cell phones when he was in high school? No. And what's next? And he did talk about, like, the rate and how quickly things are being invented. Where we talked about like the rock was a tool at one point. I thought that was really profound as well.
Yeah, I did as well. It's I wanted to call this out. It's very topical because we're talking about Lonnie Johnson. That tomorrow we're going to have the opportunity to do exactly what you said. He's going to be here. So he's going to be here as part of our pre-show for the R&D themed general session. You can find that on our YouTube right now. So we'll have 15 minutes by ourselves with Lonnie Johnson. Yeah, just to roam around. We have tons of questions for him between Jesse and I. But yeah, I guess Jesse, what's one of yours?
Well, I was just gonna say we flip-flopped our positions this year, right? So I got to see the crowd go by, which was a lot of fun. we flipped over, and that sounds ridiculous to see the crowd go by and wave and say hello to everybody, but it does relate to what you just said, like talking to somebody backstage. It's like, okay, that was maybe the highlight was just like talking to them individually. Same with Ariane, who we just had on. We were just talking, we had coffee with him yesterday, and that's the benefit of coming here, right? Like it's cool. It's great that we can have the technology to stream this out to everybody, and we can share as much of this with you if you can't be here as possible. But you miss the opportunity to maybe get the best part, which is just having coffee with somebody or talking to them as they come off stage or whatever. And that's what I love. So just like seeing everybody going by and saying, 100 people that I know say, hey, how's it going? One time a year we get to see it. It's got to be on my list.
It's on the list. And I'm going to flip around my list, I think, is because I'm going to piggyback on some of it. So, because speaking about being in the room, and this talks about being in the room. So one of the things we have to talk about was GP's entrance.
Yes.
Okay, GP's entrance. He
on my
came in
list.
on a 1965 Shelby Cobra e-car. And that was by Muscle e-cars. They had it, took out the engine, put it in the engine, and they're here. You can see his car, so if you're here with us, I'm sorry, in front of General Session, you can see that car. They have other cars in the playground.
You can see
from here.
Oh, wow, I
Which
see
is
it.
kind of amazing.
Yeah.
But that was a lot of fun. But not only was it his entrance, of course, and his flash entrance, which he always wanted to do, it was very fun. But he talked a lot about the 25th anniversary and how much the community has grown. And I thought that was really wonderful to talk about this community. 25th time we've done this event. It's pretty wonderful. It's pretty wonderful to see how it's all grown, how this has grown.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
How this there wasn't the live desk on YouTube 25 years ago.
Well, I don't know whose internet at home or at their office would be able to support that. I could barely check my email.
What's next on your list?
So I was thinking about what you just said. How things have changed, and we were all younger at some point, and we went through the playground. We saw all these sorts of different moves and all these different types of technologies. One of the things I found most remarkable, or at least the thing that's been sticking with me the most so far, as I've started to digest today, were the students in the 3D Experience EDU zone. The reason is I started to think, what was I like back then, and working on similar things, but also I think one of the things I found most remarkable was how ready and willing those students were, and the skill set they had, the soft skills. I want to go back in there and say that to one of the students that was pitching his FSAE car. I was like, you sound like so many people, and to be frank, so many people that have been doing this sort of thing for like 20, 30 plus years, their entire careers, right? Yeah. Are not as at ease or as competent as explaining their. It is a live, but they are not as at ease or as competent at explaining what they have, put together as you are. And I'm guessing he was like 15 or 16 years old. Just insane.
Is it? Do you think the confidence of the software, a confidence of the community? Like, what do you think helps a young person in this industry have that confidence?
Well, I had the good fortune of working with the FIRST robotics team over the past 2 years, and I mentored them as part of a project that we were putting on here. And I think one of the things that I found was that mentors, I think, are just a bit more aware and a bit more sort of encouraging about putting their students into those sorts of contexts, right? Because we all know, regardless of which discipline you're in life, there comes a time when you're going to have to talk about your work, right? Whether that's in a job interview or if you're pitching a company, you're looking for investment. if you're looking to make a business deal, whatever it is, looking to make a sale, whatever it is in your life, you're going to have to do that. So better to do that when you're 15 and 16 as you're developing those skills, becoming confident in those skills, and understanding that, my internal confidence can be conveyed as external confidence. I thought that was amazing.
That's what I love about those programs too. Like as a young engineer, you design and build a race car and go race it. Like that's a crazy cool confidence builder. Like we built this thing, we're out on the track racing other people with it. It's a really cool experience. I was in there chatting with the SAE guys the other day too.
Yeah, so that was definitely one of mine. I'm sure I wanted to pick that one. It meant a lot to me. I'm sure that probably isn't the last playground themed.
I was going to
Top
There's a
five.
couple on my list. There are a couple on my list in the playground for sure. And with that, it's Brandeis University, right? I never say it exactly quite right. But the Makerspace team is here, and I don't know but they built Combat Robot Cage with the help of SolidWorks. It's here. They told me
that's my next stop right after
is it
this.
your next stop? Oh, going right there. But now that you can go and battle. Like if you are here on site, you can go and battle. Like you can do that. You can be a part of it. You can come not only watch, but you can participate. And this cage, they said in the last couple of days, 900 screws they had to add to make it work. SolidWorks supported making this happen. It's going to go back to the college afterwards, so they're going to have it to continue to have these battles, which is just phenomenal. But that's something that we help support, that they will take back with them to their school, to their Makerspace team. So shout out to Tim and Len on that. That was fantastic, and they were really excited to have people come and to try it in person, to play with them.
Yeah, the entire space was in my list for sure. The Maker Zone had so much. We tried to get through there, and we were like, we have to leave. We saw like half of it in our zip through the playground, and there was no way.
So much. And you really do, if you're hands you need to commit some time to it.
Yeah. Just spend one of the whole days just in the Maker Zone.
Yes.
Super cool stuff in there.
Yeah.
That was absolutely incredible. What we were able to go through. So what's one of yours, Jesse? What's another top five?
I have an obscure one.
Okay.
I think we've hit a lot of the ones on my list already, but I have an obscure one. This morning when we had Gian out and about talking with people, Alin said that he liked people disagreeing with him. He liked coming to teach his sessions because he liked when somebody in the audience would say, actually, I do it different. And I love that line because I totally agree with him. We have such a cool community of people that are really good communicators. I would say probably engineers are not being billed as good communicators, but for whatever reason within this community, I think we are. But I would totally agree with that. I love teaching a session and you say, okay, this is how I do it. And somebody says, actually, I have a better way. And I love that. That happens a lot at this event. And I picked that line out.
That's excellent, because isn't that the point, right? Iterate, get better, get faster, get smoother, share the knowledge. That's what this event is about, sharing the knowledge. That's why we're here.
Sure, I really like that. I think another one of mine, just as we kind of start to wrap up here, for me.
I have so many more things.
Well, I will wrap up, but I know.
All right.
So one of mine was definitely the Hive. It was absolutely insane in the Hive in all the best ways. We had people playing music.
Yes.
We had artwork. We had 3D models up with awesome space mounts you can kind of use to navigate around it. We had great swag, of course, and super interesting people. We had somebody doing the podcast while somebody else was filming. It was sort of a mecca of creativity. If you're ever afraid about making good connections, whether it's through meetups in the Hive, we talked about those, or just making friends, like just going to the Hive to have a cup of coffee and, whatever it is, there's a place in the Hive for you. And I'm really proud that we created that space.
Yeah, that's so great. And I think that's this whole event. If you are walking around in this hotel, in this space, and you are wearing that lanyard, you see that badge, say hi to someone.
Yeah.
It is free reign to say, like, oh, look, we are part of the same community.
Yeah.
This is about community. We talk about 25th anniversary of growing this community. So say hi to people in this beautiful community.
Sean and I have said that for years, not just at this event, but if I find somebody that uses SolidWorks, I'll go up and say hello. And
that's great.
I swear 100% of the time you'll have an enjoyable conversation with them.
They're
just universal.
They're your people, right? Yeah. That's how it goes. So you mentioned you have a lot. Yeah,
Okay,
a lot of good stuff.
I'll do one more.
Because you were so enthusiastic about this. I do not want to die.
I know. Okay, well, I'll just do one more. It's back to the playground.
The playground's amazing.
I caught up with Christine in Magic Wheelchair. which is like a favorite of ours. It's a favorite of mine.
Yeah, for sure.
I love to support them throughout the year, follow them on social media. So if you don't know, they are a nonprofit organization that builds epic costumes for children in wheelchairs. But what you talked about is not only are they now working on making them fun from the outside, it's so great for them to see, and the kids are so good about it, looking at their costumes, but now they're making them more adaptable from the inside, more having adaptive buttons, so it's enjoyable from the child on the inside as well. And I thought that was like we were talking about, how do we get better? How do we move forward? How do we continue on? How do we grow the community? And so I just thought that was really wonderful to listen to her talk about that.
I thought so too. Yeah, they mentioned that when we dropped by during our visit to the playground, and there are a couple methods through which they were making it more accessible. Right? Of course, the size of the buttons they were showing, but also the cost, making it more cost accessible. So yeah, it's just huge, and of course, super heartwarming.
Super heartwarming.
100%. Yeah, we got a chance to visit a lot of interesting places throughout the year. Yeah, I see we have some B-roll.
The VIP lounge. Yes, there's a VIP lounge this year. So if you want to feel fancy,
we didn't even get
to hang out at the VIP lounge.
Yeah, we interviewed.
Get your VIP. Look at y'all VIP. Right?
We saw Manish. We interviewed him right outside of the VIP lounge as we were setting up. But yeah, it's a nice space. We had some robots roaming around the playground. Technologically, I would say, and really, I'm checking myself with bias. I felt this was the most sort of advanced playground that we had. Just tons of different robots, different capabilities.
There were so many students and young people just busy around the shop floor, really into it, really excited. And I was like, oh yeah, you could feel like the success of it. It felt really fantastic.
Yeah, Chris was showing us that bowl that they created.
Oh wow.
It's interesting, kind of in the lead up to 3DEXPERINCE World, like Chris was putting on the toolpath for that and getting it all good and ready. We'll have to check in with Jen to see how many people have participated in Model Mania, right? She mentioned a funny factoid to me off air, so I'll tell it to you guys, that on day one, there aren't as many people as you think participating in Model Mania. Yeah, and I said, why do you think that is? And part of it potentially was that people might be procrastinating, people were a little bit intimidated. I was intimidated just standing by the booth. But maybe they're thinking like, hey man, if I mess this up, I don't want to be going day 2, day 3, knowing like I don't have my chance anymore. Aww. So they keep it till day 3 when they're like, all right, it's now or never. I have to do it. I'm in Dallas in this case. I have to do Model Mania. So I thought that was kind of funny.
That's fun.
Yeah.
But you have to do it.
Have to do it. Yep. So day 3, she said, is by far the most attended of all the Model Mania.
We're trying to get in Model Mania at the last minute so they don't miss out.
So if you want to beat the crowds,
that's right.
Go early. Yeah,
go
true.
Early.
Yeah, we're on the loudspeakers. So if anyone wants to do Model Mania, probably get there now. So what else we got, Tracy? I mean, what other types of?
Well, I'll just say one more thing. I know. I mean, because we could talk forever about the highlights of our days.
I know.
We have a good time. I love to chat with you. Like you said, we both see it from different sides. And speaking from my view from the stage in general session, there's actually a VIP section in there as well. There's there is VIP seating in general session. That's kind of cool. So something to think about for when you're here next year. VIP seating. Pretty nice.
So if you're if you're watching, we're winding down the stream here. I just wanted to show that QR code one more time.
Great. Yes.
If you're watching today, this is by far the longest we were streaming throughout the 3 days. Although we have purposeful streams the next 2 days. So look out for that on our YouTube. There's the QR code right there. If you want to stay in the know, just like it says there, stay in tune with all the news around 3DEXPERINCE World 2025 as it's released. We will make sure you remember. So just go there, sign up, and we'll make sure to get you the updates.
Fantastic.
But
and we'll keep bringing them live.
The
top 5. Top 73. We're going to keep telling them like our favorite parts of the day, and it includes everyone walking by right now and get to say hi.
100%. So tomorrow we'll be back. Just to close up, tomorrow we'll be back fresh in the morning. We'll have Lonnie Johnson at the desk as part of our pre-show.
I love it.
We have day 2 general session, which is R&D themed. So if you're interested in the software side of things and how things are being developed and some of the most interesting use cases there outside of the walls of SolidWorks and Dassault System with our actual customers, definitely check that out. And then at a more specialized level, we have these other streams. We have design as one stream, a full design domain session for our design applications, use cases, and design software using customers, and then something very similar afterwards that's its own stream for simulation. And then next up we have manufacturing, some amazing keynotes. I just actually saw some individuals from the manufacturing stream recently, so we have a lot of great content in store for you guys. Yep. Thank you guys so much for tuning in. Thank you, Tracy, for stopping by.
It's my pleasure.
Thank you,
This
Jesse.
is my top 5 hanging out with you.
Yeah, thank you to Ian, our producer. Amazing work behind the scenes. He's always zipping around. Thank you to Kramer, our production crew. Thank you to all of our guests, and we'll see you tomorrow.
Hello, I'm David Brown from the SolidWorks training team. Sketching in 2 dimensions is something that comes pretty easy to us. After all, it's like drawing on a flat piece of paper, and we've been doing that since we were kids. SolidWorks has powerful tools for sketching in 3D, and once mastered, can be used for a variety of projects like these. In this video, I'll show you the basics of 3D sketching in SolidWorks by demonstrating a technique I use regularly in my projects, one that I use to create this steel workbench. I'll begin with a new part in SolidWorks. Unlike a regular sketch, I do not have to select a plane or face to enter the sketch environment. With the command ribbon, Select the drop-down below Sketch and click 3D Sketch. The triad in the graphics area indicates that I am in an isometric view. As I work, you will also notice that I use mouse gestures to pick up the rectangle command. Once I activate a sketch tool, the triad at the origin highlights two of the axes in red. This is telling me that if I begin sketching, I will sketch on a plane that is relative and parallel to the indicated plane. In this instance, the XY plane. Notice also that the mouse cursor changes to a pencil with letters next to it that indicate this as well. I will press the Tab key on my keyboard to cycle through the possible choices: XY, YZ, and ZX. I want this sketch to begin at the origin and be on a plane relative to the ZX plane. I'll choose Center Rectangle from the Property Manager at left, and click the origin and click again to define the rectangle. This rectangle will be used for construction, so I will select that box on the Property Manager. Using my mouse gestures, I'll dimension the rectangle to fully define it. Starting on the left side, I will begin sketching a line at the corner. Notice the triad moves to that point. I press the Tab key on my keyboard to change the orientation of my sketch to the plane relative to the XY plane, and click again to define the other end of the line. An important thing to note here is I always try to follow the yellow inference lines that appear when I'm sketching. By following these, when I click to define points of sketch entities, SOLIDWORKS will automatically add the necessary relations. I will continue sketching lines, following the inference lines as appropriate, and finishing the chain of lines at the corner. If I click and drag the corner, you can see the lines move on the XY orientated plane. The blue lines are not yet fully defined. When I select the last line, a pop-up menu appears with some relations that I can add to the line. This is also reflected on the Property Manager for the line at left. Notice a long Y is bolded. I can now dimension one of the vertical lines and fully define the sketch. These lines represent the legs and upper cross member on the left side. Following this same process, I will create this condition on the right side. Since I need both sides to be the same height, I will select the two back lines and make them equal. Now I can add lines to the top. In this case, since I am defining the line by clicking existing endpoints, I do not have to concern myself with the orientation of the sketch triad. I just add the lines. Next, I'll pick up the rectangle again, tab to the ZX orientation, click a vertical line to define one corner of the rectangle, followed by the opposite corner at the other end. Select the front horizontal line and add the along Z relation, and select a line on the end to make a long X. Then dimension the height to 8 inches. These lines will be for the supports of a shelf. At this point, I'm ready to add structural members to the frame, and I have a sketch that controls the entire design with just 4 key dimensions. Thank you for watching this video. If you found this content helpful, visit the site below to access more content regarding weldments.
Red Label Natural Care. Good morning, India. अच्छे बाजी एक कप अदरक वाली चाय प्लीज.
अदरक वाली नहीं, रेड लेबल नेचुरल केयर लो. उसमें तुलसी, अदरक, अश्वगंधा, इलायची ते मलेठी वर्गे पंच आयुर्वेद के ताकत है.
Red Label Natural Care.
और पब्लिक ਦੇ ਬਾਹਰ
ਬਣਾਵੇ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਅੰਦਰੋਂ strong.
afternoon, everybody, or good day, whatever time of day it happens to be. Happy Friday. That's the important part. It's Friday. We all made it. If you're here, you made it too. So that's awesome. We're just going to give it a couple more minutes. Let some more people get signed in here. And we will get rolling. Hello, Marconi. Welcome back. Manual. We are starting soon. Jello Charles. And a cool today, we are going to model a spinning wheel. So, some people may not even know what a spinning wheel is, but we'll talk about that soon. Thank you, Ahmad. Welcome back. Darius. Whales. Ooh, very wet whales. I'm sorry to hear that. Well, I mean, the city's wet. Normal whales should stay wet. The city, that's we're here in a very dry Colorado. A bit of snow. That's going. Actually, might be going. Hello, Will. Hello. I'm coming in from Australia. That's awesome. Once again, we got international coverage. Very cool. We're going to flip the room, do a quick reset here. You guys caught it yesterday. We did a little bit of a shootout. Josh and I did some Halloween modeling in our costumes. It was a good time. I don't know that it was educational, but it was entertaining, if nothing else. So we are streaming from Boulder, Colorado. Here, I didn't actually say that. I just said we were here. You can't see. I guess we're in a windowless room, but we're Boulder's headquarters in Boulder, Colorado. So having a good time. We're gonna do a spinning wheel in just a little bit. How cool. Sam Civil Engineer from India, Francesco from Italy. Hey guys, just one more minute here and we will get this thing rolling. So excited to have so many people here already. Great. As we think back to the first time we did this, I think a solid 24 people on there. And here's where we peaked. That was fun. Good. This is gonna be a fun one. We're gonna learn some things. Let's start with what a spinning wheel is. Good. Yes, I do know where Wales is. I was making a joke about the animal called whales as well. So, all right, with that, we'll get this thing started. Hello again, everybody. Welcome back. Welcome back to Friday. Welcome to Friday afternoon here. It's afternoon. I know you guys are all over the globe, so it's a different time there. It's a different time all over the place. So we'll just say hey. So I'm Aaron. I'm gonna model some stuff for you today. Today, backing up on the other side of my monitor over here is Eric. Eric's back for more. So say hey, Eric. Hello, everyone. Hi. Eric was with us when we did the Great Hall from the Harry Potter movies. So apparently he enjoyed it enough to come back again. So that's awesome. You guys demanded Eric and we brought him back. That's really what happened. So we heard the request. Hey Dave, how's it going? Colin, welcome back, guys. So we're gonna just kind of jump in and start modeling this thing. But I like to do a quick shout out before we really get rolling. I just want to point out a couple things. I had to call this out. On our forum, we have a sage who goes by the name Fox in Australia. He joined us maybe once or twice, but it is like literally 12 hours. It's literally, he's on the opposite side of the earth from where we are right now, like almost exactly. So he doesn't get to join live streams very often, but I just wanted to point out his stuff because he's been putting a couple models up in the gallery on our forum. If you don't go to our forum, of course, go check out our forum, forums.sketchup.com, and check out, he has a stream called Out of the Box, which is a little fun, play on his name. but he's been posting these models where he explains how he makes them, and they're really pretty simple. It's like a connection of simple components that you just kind of chains together, and then use extensions like TrueBend, just go in and distort them and make shapes out of really fairly simple shapes. It's just really cool. So he's got a good form. He's got tons of images in there. He has over 200 entries in that topic alone in his gallery section. So yeah, check that out. Vox does awesome stuff. He's a great artist, and he's also very helpful Sage. So yeah, just wanted to give a shout out to that real quick. Also, while we're here in the forum, I did make a topic, so I called it Spinning Wheel Live Stream. I'm trying not to be too crafty that name. Kept it simple. But if you guys want to share a file, if anybody comes across, hey, this is a good file, good image, something like that I could use, that's cool. There's also links in there for the actual file, reference files we'll be working off of, as well as a link to the website where I found those plans. Before we dive into those plans, though, I just for fun, I have to call us out because this is something I've been working on for months now. And I just today at lunchtime finished Lego Millennium Falcon. Something like 7,000 pieces. But I've showed it on here before, so I figured I'll just hop in here and show you guys exactly what this was. So yeah, 7,351 separate pieces coming from 671 different components. So that is a thing that I'll be sharing it at some point. Probably get some good images, maybe a render or two. Might do a video or something with it too. But yeah, I just wanted to show that. I know some people asked if I could do some live modeling on it, and I refused. I didn't do it because this was modeled at my speed of my spare time. It was fun. It was definitely a long-term project, and I don't excel at long-term projects. I'm more of a sprinter. So anyhow, I just wanted to show that because, like I said, several people have asked about that, and I just wanted to show that real quick. So I'll be sure we'll see. I don't know, maybe the marketing people will throw that up on the SketchUp channel at some point, but I'll put it on my own social channels as well. I don't have a lot of spare time, but that's my point. I work on this for like 30, 40 minutes here and there, maybe twice a week, so it's not a quick model. All right, so it's that's a thing. All right, so I mentioned before this website. So I found this website, Craftsman Space. And they have a lot of cool stuff here. I suspect possibly even some SketchUp models in some of these, but this was a cool one because, like I said, I know nothing about spinning wheels. Like my honest, two things I can think of. One is the Disney movie Sleeping Beauty. Remember when she pokes her finger and falls asleep? That's like 80% of my context for spinning wheels. And the other thing, I once at a maker fair. I went to a maker fair and there was a lady sitting at a teeny like desktop spinning wheel making full thread. And I watched that and really figure out how it all worked, what it was all doing, and that's what my kids did. So that's all my context. But it is really a cool machine. I mean, it's made of all these parts, all these pieces work together. It's got stuff to move, and the whole thing, almost the whole thing, is made out of wood. So I thought it was pretty cool. And this page specifically actually had a PDF for download that has dimension drawings of all the pieces and then assembly instructions. So I was like, this is great. This wasn't something I came up with either. This is actually somebody on live stream asked if we could look at these. So they actually posted a link to a very specific spinning wheel from a specific manufacturer, but all I could find out was pictures. a little bit different from the one they were asking for, but some of the same concept should work. So we'll see how that goes. Anyhow, that is most of what I wanted to call out before we hopped in and started doing it. So to look at this, I got to clarify because you guys are calling this out. The Millennium Falcon, that was a passion project. That was actually not something I did at work. I don't get paid, unfortunately, to model fun things unless I'm here with you. So this is the only time I get to like just sit down and model a thing. Other than that, if I am modeling something, it's a specific thing for like an image for marketing or a file that's going to be used in a training video, something like that. Or something fun like that. That's when I have to put aside weekends and evenings and that sort of thing. So yeah, that was. I just thought I'd share that because I shared it before. All right. So enough disclaiming. Let's hop in here. So I do want to look at this is the PDF. So you guys have seen me. I have imported PDFs before directly in SketchUp. I'm not going to do that today. One of the things about SketchUp Windows versus Mac is on Mac natively integrated PDF support with Windows doesn't. So I'm not going to pull the PDF in, and one of the reasons I didn't actually have to. So as I roll through this PDF, you can see I have a looks like it actually get a SketchUp model right here. I don't know, 100%. But they do have a sets of plans in here. So they actually break, so this is the entire spinning wheel all put together. And then what they have here is it's broken into three main parts, which I think I showed here. The wheel assembly, this thing which is the flyer, and then the frame. So what they do is they take it one piece at a time, so the wheel assembly, and they actually have a bunch of images, dimension images, of that specific piece, which is pretty cool. So what I figured I'd do is we'll start by just going through and doing each of the pieces. So we'll do all these wheel pieces, put the wheel together, do the same for the flyer, and then move on to the frame. We'll just copy this, and then down at the bottom, once we get all these pieces made, which is quite a bit. I mean, I'm thinking this kind of feels like the steam engine. There's a lot of pieces to this. We get into the assemblage. How would you use assembly? Maybe that's a regional thing or something. So the assemblage instructions, and this will actually show how all of our pieces go together, which I thought that'll be kind of cool to follow that and just run through that. So yeah, so by the time we're all done, we should have a complete spinning wheel, something that looks like this, made with those looks like millimeter accurate plans. So with that, I think we're going to go ahead and hop right in. I didn't get to say hi to Nigeria. Who else? Marconi says his grandmother had a spinning wheel. I think that's really what we see nowadays. It's like, I can see that being something that sits in the corner of somebody's drawing room or something like that. I don't know. Yeah, I mean, somebody somewhere's going to do that. Right. Anyhow. All right. Let's do it. So what I did, what I did was I actually went through this PDF and just did a bunch of screenshots. So I did that beforehand. I try not to pre-prepare too much because I like you guys see everything cool, but I literally went through here one page at a time, screenshot, next page is screenshot, and then I saved all of that to my desktop. So over here I have 8 pictures. There's the wheel, they're behind my head. Here. And then I have another 8 for the flyer, and then over here I have 21 pictures from pieces of things. Some of these are pretty simple. I think the nails have a picture. There's like a metal cap, a piece of metal. So some of these are going to go real quick. But I don't know if you noticed from the details we're going through there too, there's going to be a lot of follow-ups. We're going to do a lot of fake lathing here on this as we go through too. All right, so let's do this thing. I'm going to hop into SketchUp. close the Falcon. Empty file here. Alright, and I'm going to go to File, Import, and I'm going to Desktop, Import. I'm going to start with the wheel. Wheel 1. Import this as an image. Alright, so this is the first piece. And this is actually a collection of a bunch of pieces. I'm going to import a couple of these. Go back to import and go to the desktop again. And I'm going to import this one. That's the hub. Import this, which is the spindles. And import one more, which is the wheel section. So these drawings, these 4 drawings will give me this main wheel part. Then there's a couple extra drawings that have to do with like the axle that go through, that sort of thing. So this is kind of the sub-assemblage documentation, whereby we put together all the pieces. So maybe we'll start with the hub. Let's start with this piece right here. Let's start by scaling. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to draw a line out here. Here is the full length of my hub. Then I'm going to grab both the picture and the line, and I'm going to make it group. I'm going to double click to enter that group, and I'm going to scale something. Okay, so here's the whole length. I don't know what these numbers mean. I guess these could be millimeters, 2.6 millimeters, and these are inches. Yeah, it could be something like that. Here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to take this whole thing, I'm going to back up a step. So based on these dimensions, I'm going to go off of the big dimension, the big number, not the one in the parentheses. And I'm going to say that these are, I'm going to build them, I'm assuming they're millimeters, but I'm going to build larger. Some of these details start to get a little small, so I'm going to build it as meters. I'm going to go to units, I'm going to go decimal, meters. Here, and I'm going to do this. Actually, I'll start on in here. Let's say scale this line here. I'm going to tell it that is 100. Scale, yeah. This is why I put the line inside of the image, made that its own group. All these images are going to be a different size, different scale, so I'm just going to do this all at once, or just do this once. Okay. So there we go. Alright, so now what I want to do, I'm going to take my 100 meter line, actually be right there, and I'm going to draw half of this shape, and then just use following to make a circle around. Let's see what this is 35. Come up here, I can say draw a line over 11.5, and just do a quick arc from that point down here. There, I'll come over 14.5. Oh, another part. Never mind, line. This way. 14.5. And come down 20. bunch of lines, but I'm going to get rid of any extra lines here that don't just end up, hopefully, very, oh, another one here. Let's put a dimension to that. Nope. Oh, here we go. 11 and a half. 11.5. Park at that point. And so that is got center line to align the circle. Alright, so that is half of what I'll extrude or follow me to make the hub. I do want to think about how many sides I want to put on here. This is a 6-sided item. If I look at this down here, you can see there's actually 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 pieces that make the wheel itself too. So whatever I do, however many sides I use, I want to make sure that it's divisible by 6. So if I want a nice smooth arc on here, maybe this is 6, so 6 36 sides. That's going to be our standard for the wheel. It's going to be 36 sides. So I'm going to come in here, grab a circle. That. Go circle. Right now the side's at 48. I'm going to drop that to 36. Go in here. Circle out like that. Grab that circle. Follow me. Okay, try it again. Select the circle, follow me, click this. There we go. So that, right now, is our hub. I'm not going to punch the holes in it just yet, I don't think. Component, I'm going to call it wheel dash, no, I'm just going to call it the hub. Then a separate component called hub. And I am going to set my axis right in the spot that I got. So there is one piece. Like I said, I am going to put the holes into it, but I'm going to do that a little bit later. Right now, I want to work on getting the wheel made, and then I'll line up the wheel with the hub, and then we'll make the spindle that goes between them, that goes in, and then we'll just subtract the solids. Alright, so I got a wheel plank right here. The same thing we did before, just work at my dimension. A lot of dimensions on here. And dimension that line that I just drew. Call it. Alright. This is a cool shape. This is one that I'm excited about. Rotate the whole image, not just like 2 lines. Rotate that. Set arc. And then this point to this point. Remember, I made my big circle 36. So that means each of these 6 pieces, I want to put, just to align it, I'm going to make it 6 segments. So I'm going to go to arc. I'm going to do a 6-sided arc. Here, just so it lines up, I'm going to grab that and offset it here. That would be great. Line this up with this right here. Oh, I mean taking this to yours. That's smart. I'm going to do something else first. I'm going to save. We're all waiting. I'm going to call this Presidential. All right. Okay, so one of the reasons I think this is cool is because, well, there's a couple reasons. One is it just has shapes in all different directions. So it has these notches in here, so each piece can fit into the next. It has holes that you drill right down in between. It's just a really cool shape. So I don't even know how I'm going to do some of this stuff. It's just part of the fun. So let's start with, so I'm going to take this right now and see this. I have 11 inch, 11 meter, 11 meter, and then whatever the difference is between. I'm going to take this and I'm going to push pull this out 11. That. Overall length is 35. So go over here and draw a vertical line, 35. Triple click, grab all of that. Option. That. So that's my top half. And now I just have to fill this middle part. The middle part, I'm going to go back to my X-ray. Is at 10 degrees. So I'm going to come right here. That option rotate 10. Grab both of those lines. Then option copy. So now I can take this line, continue across here all the way through. I'm just trying to break the bottom surface. I'm not really too worried about playing through it like that. So just hold down shift to lock onto that line. There we go. And I feel like I'm almost immediately with this falling into the territory of, you know, you can do that a different way. And I am aware of that. Yes, there is. That's, like I say, that's one of the reasons I like sketching so much is there are so many different ways to do it. So I'm going to grab those two lines, those two pieces, option copy them up to. Actually, let's do that. Unbreak that series. Alright, then I can just grab this middle part, pull it straight up. Nope, that's alright. I got one of those backwards. This. Option copy that straight up. That. Here. I'm going to grab this and I'm going to say option copy it up. Sometimes when you're making stuff up as you go, you don't have the cleanest workflow. Good Fridays, huh? Go. So what should happen right now, and I use that word should, is this piece right here, which I'm going to make a component. I'm going to call it a wheels section. Wheel plane. Don't use it says it in big bold letters right here. Might as well use that word, right? There we go. And I'm going to I lost my That is the origin point. So I should be able to do this right now. See if it all lines up. That's going to be real fun test. Option here. X5 or 5X. Nope. That didn't work. It got this close. Doesn't even off. Like, way off on this last one. So these are like giving a little bit of enabling or motivation to go in the right spot, which in real life involves usually a rubber mallet or something. But this is obviously not correct. I suppose that is, what did I do? It's 70 degrees, right? Oh, that's 70 degrees. Oh boy. This hair is not reading plans. So what I did was I went from here. Here was 70 and then back to 60. What did I do? Don't tell me to use math, Marconi. I'll do what I want. Okay, let's go from here. Let's check. I just want to check and see. Option is this. That's 60.7 degrees. I don't know how it happened, but easy enough to fix, right? That's what I'm going to tell us. So I'm going to take the line on this, draw my back toward this line and this line. Then copy it once, 10 degrees. Then we grab all 4 of those lines. Rotate those 60 degrees. That should be everything. That's everything I need. I'm with you. You know, Mark, I've been telling people that my thoughts are probably more important than math for years, and nobody's buying it. I don't know what to say. So we're start over. So this from here. So I'm gonna go to. I'm gonna make my outer ring a little higher definition as well. So I do want it to align with the inner circles, but I'm gonna do twice as many. So I'm gonna do an arc of 12 on the sides, on the outside, which should align with my 36 units. What could possibly go wrong? All right. So having said those things, 12-sided arc here. Oh, so I'm gonna start things out. So here, here. Theory, good to go. All right, so I'm going to take this up 11, and this is going to go up 11. then all of that is going to go up 5, all of that option right here. This piece here, push that one there, push this one here. Definitely felt smoother than last time. No pun intended about doubling the amount of size on the cards. Something. Alright, so let's grab that, make that a component. Call that, I'm gonna name it the same thing. Go playing, which of course is gonna say you already have that, but I'm gonna replace it. Let's try this again. Here, option, here. So far so good. 5x. Woo! Big win. Save. Nice. Okay. I mean, of course that's how it's good. You need to access cards and everything worked out all right. Let's go over this a bit. So one of the things I have in here is this hole for pins. You can see it is along the middle, and it is 15 meters in from the edge. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go into one of these. I'm going to go to the middle here. I'm going to go align with this edge right here. I'm going to say 15 there. And I'm going to put a circle that is radius of 6. And temporarily hide my select components. I want to work out one right here. Let's take this and I'm going to push and pull all the way through the bottom side. Click, set this selection, that, that, that. Oh, that's okay. Now, double click again. That's on the other end now. Go to turn off hide some components. Go to edit, paste in place. That's going to take the circle I just grabbed it and I hit Control X rather than delete. Paste in place is going to put that circle right back in the same spot. That's going to allow me to just push and pull that down. And now I have a hole going all the way through both pieces. Looks like a little bit smoothing. Alright. One more thing. This is my origin, so that actually I can get rid of the official lines. So that origin point is all I really need to place this in. That's not true. That's what I'm going to line it up with the hub. I'm going to jump ahead. There literally is one of these images. One of these images, 7 drawings, is 35 millimeter wooden pin. So I'm not going to wait or import the image to draw that. I'm just going to go over here. I'm going to command V or edit. Paste in place again. Drop that same circle in there. And then I'm going to pull it up to the top here. Down to the bottom. All that. Make that a new component. Call it a wheel pin. Sounds like it's right? Sounds like me. I did that as a group first because I could do now is just say hi address up to my model and then just and the other thing I do is then grab that thing. Compartment over here. Option. Around here. X5. I know I'm jumping ahead. I'm doing assemblage before complete buildage. But yeah, that's it. Alright. Grab these pieces. Bring them out of this component. Here. Make them upright. Assuming that I know what that is. Maybe that'd be it as far as placement. Probably not. So what I want to do is I want to get this line of vertically first. Actually, please. Point there. Right on this line. And I want to line it up vertically so that I know I'm jumping ahead of assemblage, but I think that this piece, midpoint, is going to align with the midpoint of the circle. I'll verify this before we cut anything else out. So I think that's how it lines up. Tell for sure by hopping back over here. This circle is in the middle. It's lined up in the center. Circle on here. It looks like it's about center though. I'll say that's exactly how it's supposed to be, because I said so. Alright, all these circles. Cool. Alright, so right now, I want to check something. Solid component. This one, oh, it's my line here. Check and see why it's solid component. Straight lines. Oh, probably little corner lines I drew. Alright, we'll let this just be there. Yep. Alright, so solid component, solid component. So what this means is at this point I can create my spindles, array them around the center again, and then just use subtract to cut the spindle out of it. I am going to come back to the origin wheel. So one thing Dave was talking about was to actually build this around the origin, so have it in the middle, and that's a great. I didn't do it because I had all my pictures back here, but that was kind of the dumb. But here we are. So I made a fake origin by drawing a line right through the middle of the spindle, in the middle of the hub. Can I tell a spindle from a hub? Come on, man. That's on you, Eric. All right, I'm going to zoom in here, and I'm just going to draw a line, just like I did before. It's going to help me to scale the drawing, just to group, hop in that group, and scale it. I'm not going to explain that anymore. Well, maybe we'll keep getting on. So this is 116. All right. That. Center. Probably half of this is 8. 620. Ooh, look at these things. What do we got going on here? Drop a line here for reference. Yes, and that's symmetrical. That's what we got so far. So it looks like 6.5. 6.25 here. How far up? Oh, from the center. The center of that radius is 11.7. That gives me a line that I can now go circle, draw a circle straight down. It's it says 5, which is way too big. But this is the diameter that's there. So that would be right down. I feel like I'm missing something here. Oh, this is way too big. Oh, right here, 3. I was drawing the wrong radius. That radius is right here. This middle piece. So go this way, 3. That circle right there. 6.5 this way. Got this circle right there. Awesome. And I want to draw this radius, this radius of 5. I don't know where this point is. So this. I should tell you I have a motivating factor going on right now. I really want to finish this. There's a lot of pieces, so if I feel like I'm skipping over details, forgive me. But I've done too many of these where we started into something awesome, and I ended up not finishing because of things. I don't know. I don't know why. Oh, I totally erased the whole wrong spot. Art. Actually, one of the things that has here is mention here. That. There's half the spindle. Yeah, thanks for catching that. Everybody who caught that mention except for me. It's good to have you guys. Just move that spindle out. Order spaces. Toggle. I've been saying spindle this whole time. Doesn't toggle mean like an on-off switch? Is there a woodworker out there maybe up on this, Dave? What's a toggle? What's that? Is that? Sometimes I mistype. Did somebody try to type spindle and toggle instead? Is that what happened there? Somebody help me out here. What's a toggle? Is it called a toggle? Oh, I call it spindle. Sorry, guys. Alright, other thing I'm going to do here with this is I'm going to come into it and grab my origin or my axis tool, and I'm going to align it to the center like that. I'm going to exit out here. It says, do you want to change the point axis? I do, because I want to actually place it by that point. This here and components, grab what I call the spindle, and place it right now. I'm just going to place it at the end of this line. Let's drop it vertically. They don't have any guides or anything like this, but I know that I just align this to actually the center of this line. Rotate it from 90 degrees. I made it like this. I'm just going to spin it up 90 degrees. So it's right in the center of this one. The end is all the way to the center. I know that. That wasn't correct. No big deal. I'm going to do that. So what I can do now is I can actually put it along the axes. Now I'm going to rotate it here. Option, hit 60 degrees. 5x. Got a wheel. Alright, now, this is a solid. This should be pulled up. It's probably. Alright. This is a solid. This is a solid. This is a solid. So what I can do is I can select this spindle. I can save. I can do it. Did it. No deal. I like scope better. I already called it the spindle, so we're past that. You know what? I think there's a spot in the main frame called the spindle, and here's where I got that name from. So it'll probably cause a conflict later on. I like scope better. Toggle. That's right. Alright, so I save. Okay. Save. Have to put it here. Tool palettes. Let's get our solid tools up and running. Solid tools, I'm going to use trim. Should have happened there. This one. Now I gotta get rid of it. I gotta get enter on solid. What happened was, as soon as I did that, it was great to put a hole in it, but one of the things Solid Tools does is replace existing geometry with new grooves. So this is now no longer a solid component, it is a new solid groove. So to replace that existing one, what I have to do is, it's actually, what I can do is I can come into this one now. So here's my new solid groove. If I go to here, solid groove, that's the thing I just created. But over here is my existing component. You see there's now 5 of them. The 6th one was replaced by that solid groove. It can be a little frustrating. So here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to come into this groove. I'm going to select all this geometry and copy it. I'm going to go into this one now. Select all this. Now it's easy to do this. temporarily isolate this geometry, grab this geometry, slide it over here, then select that paint. That's on this one. That should now have 6 components. So I just grab the geometry and plugged it back inside the components rather than replacing it, which would have worked also. Yeah, it would be really cool if that would just happen automatically. That'd be awesome. All right, so this is going to be simple because there's only one piece here, so I can select the spindle, and I can say trim from there, and I can select the next spindle, trim from there. And I know I could probably group these back together and then do one trim, but I have my pieces separate. This is pretty quick. There's like 24 spokes or toggles, then it would be worth grouping them and doing this subtraction once. But six is pretty simple. All right, so that is the heart of my spinning wheel. I'm going to grab all these pieces right now. Say selection towards to deselect edges. So I only want this. I'm going to make a new component. Not done with my wheel. I actually have a couple more pieces to make. These pieces in the middle, but I'll go drop them. I will cut them and paste them into the wheel. So right now, let's go ahead and import. Actually, let me hop over here. Better get moving quicker because I'm talking too much. Those are all done. The pin we did without the actual drawing. So these are the last 3 pieces. Those 3 pieces connect together and then create the axle. So this will be good. Actually, I don't even know that. Without import, I have to do some over here. Draw a rectangle that's 6 by 6. In that, put a circle in the center. Then a circle in the center. That circle's going to come down 50. The length of this rod is 2 inches. Circle in the center. Axle. Axle. That goes somewhere. Let's skip ahead. Let's do some light assemblage here. I don't know which way it goes. Longer. Something like that, maybe. That might be right. Why not? Who knows? Obviously not. Right. That. How many did that? Alright. Two other pieces we had here were the excenter and the rotation pin. Rotation pin I think I can knock out without importing. Might have to import that excenter. Rotation pin is pretty simple. Put in here. Put a circle in. And I'm seeing on axis I draw these circles for maybe seeing that as I'm trying to stay green to red axis when I draw this. And 5. That rotation pin. And I'm going to import that excenter image because of curves. That's why. Straight dimension thing. Oh, that's 6. So that's 1. Because of curves, I know same. Circle, radius of 12.5. A second circle with radius of 22.5. Bullseye. Straight across. It's a half circle. Okay, that's cool. Then over here, just draw a circle out the edge there. Circle here. Here. Switch lines. I was just actually for me. I had a moment there where it wasn't quite sure I had enough information, but geometry is a little easier than I thought it was going to be. Alright, and that, we can now bring this up. 3. That component called center, which is pretty much my favorite part. Oh, Mark. Rotate Mark. Okay. I'm pretty sure. I'm going to go out on a limb right here. What happens? Center. I say with authority as though I know what this thing is all along. It's right here. Whilst this rotational pin, or excuse me, rotation pin, drops in like that. Alright, so remember I said I made this into a group, or this into a component. This is called the wheel, and now I have these pieces that are not part of that group. I'm just going to grab them right now. Go hit Command X to cut, go into context, edit, paste in place, and now that is a part of my. Alright, so that's piece number one. That was less than an hour. That's not too bad. We're doing okay. I think, of course, the base does consist of 2.5 tiny pieces. But let's see if we can assemble this flyer in like half an hour. I know. I've heard that can't be done. But we're just so crazy here, we might just try it. Alright, what's going on? What did I miss? Yeah, I'm kind of wondering with this assembly, I'm wondering if this connects to other pieces, and this is a partial assembly for when the rest goes together. Dave's saying the illustration is a little confusing. I agree. But the pieces are there, so we can move them around as we need to. Hi, hello, and hi. The crank is centered means language. I don't know what that means, Mark, but thank you. Anyhow, it's good that you guys are here. Evan's been modeling the puzzle box from Hellraiser for fun. Says it's a lot of math tonight, believe it. Oh, I didn't put the groups in. You're right, I got called out. Mary's pointed out there's actually supposed to be 2 groups in the field. I totally spaced it. Well, thanks, man. Let's do that real quick. Because that was that first. What I'm going to do, I don't really know how to do this. I'll get more than what was I do. 12 times 6, right? Is that something size I need? 12 times 6. It's got sweet math chops. Oh, no, you know what? Actually, let's keep this simple. I'll try to do this without. Put some roots in. No one could ever really tell. Who knows? You'll just never know, Colin. Really want. Pop up here. Sorry, I'm trying to think and do stuff at the same time. It doesn't always work. So I'm going to grab this. Okay, I had an idea. This is not going to happen. I'm going to get rid of half of these. And I'm just going to follow me to down this one. Had a cool idea of using scale to like shrink it, similar to how I made the solid keyboard. That's gonna bring this one. Sometimes this to be a continuous line, so it'll follow me down here with the shape. If that's not going to connect. Alright, let's have a similar function to draw a circle right here. That I want to follow this path. It's actually broken. It's a spring. This is a big well path. Let's embrace my geometry. I know it doesn't go all the way through. That's so that one worked. Didn't go far enough. Also, alright, and I'm going to grab all of this right here and make that into its own group. What? There we go. That time worked. Alright. That's it. Yeah, this is what we do. Go ahead. All right. This. Here. Still good? Lost my chat. One moment, please. Technical issue. Alright, we're back. So can't find any. I think I got kicked off the network. Interesting. Hey guys, sorry you're still here. I just can't see you. Can't see you. Can't hear from you. I'm going to try closing your chat. Nope. Nope. Still see you. Weird, still see live, but I guess we just can't chat. I'm gonna vacuum. One moment. There's a point where you have to go freshen up your drink, use the restroom, that sort of thing. Now's the time to do it. Because things just got silly over here. Uh-oh. There we go. I got comments from YouTube. Somebody on Facebook type in a quick message and see how that works. Keep rolling along here. I'm gonna take these pieces I just made and subtract them from the main body here, see how this light works out. Yeah, Mark, we can hear you, so it's good. No, our restream chat just shut off for a second. Is yours back here? Yeah. Alright, so it was all on our end. You guys did a great job. It's not you, it's me. So yeah, that was interesting. That's fun. I know what you're gonna get. Alright, so I'm just going to completely subtract this here. Since it's solid. Now, just like this, let's subtract that to this. There's one groove, this, subtract this. There's two grooves. We got our two grooves in there, and over here, there's grooves. Oh, I don't know if those grooves lined up exactly with the other. I don't remember. I guess I could pull the image up, but I know there's two grooves. We got two grooves. So the band goes around twice. Whoa, and I'm in some weird angle there. Alright. Now, save. Now we really gotta crank up the next piece. Alright, stop down here. File. Import. On the desktop. The flyer. Bad. Alright, let's let these two pieces out real quick. Same thing we did before. Let's get a line in here. This part's a circle. The whole middle. This part is the shape on so make up the middle. First outside is that down 3. Circle. That is 6. And another circle in the same spot, which is 4. There's 4 circles with caveat below that like that. And then this one is down 17. And over here, that same center point to draw this out. I'm assuming these aren't incredibly important arcs or anything because there's no dimensions on it at all. So let's do this. Also looks like they lap inside. Oh, they do. Look at that. They kind of lap inside there. Let's do this. I'm going to temporarily group this. That way this geometry's not going to get stuck. Here up to dimension there. Yeah, let's go to 6. Oh, it doesn't. Oh, awesome. I think it's true. There we go. This shape. Got this shape. And here it. This is 4, so offset it up to 2. And then down to 8. So at this point, I'm going to explode this. This into the components first. Wire bearing, of course. And check every solid. I have internal faces in my nose. So let the solids go. Alright, so that's going to go right there. This guy right here. After dimension. 125, that's a pretty big dimension. I was trying to find the biggest linear dimension I can to use for my reference line. And I'm on the edge of a cold or what? I keep choked up. What do you guys think? Alright, so this is symmetrical for the first part. These locations these approach are a little different. Looks like one side to the next. The initial geometry does look like it's the same or similar. You can't tell what's going on here. This is weird. start with this one. This is 10. This is 9. So we put here. 9. Here, 10. Then 5. Those 2 points got this again. That's papers. Oh, interesting. So pull that up. 22. Here. That. Then we got this thing happening right here. This comes out some arbitrary dimension. Okay, no. I didn't round off this corner. This is going to come back to 2. This. Looks like I get to a little bit of dealer's choice right here. Let's go over 6. A little bit. So expand it. I'm using my lines, my drawings, so I'm going to do 2 lines temporarily. Change my lines to a bright red color. Now I can actually see them on top of that thing that I'm drawing on top of. Why is that going up? Oh, right here. Collection line segment. That's all we can see. Alright, I'm going to grab this, make that into its own group, and move it vertically to the point of this one. And then circle on here. Doesn't matter how big I draw a circle back to away from the rest of it. All that matters is that it's in line with the point I want to rotate around. Right? It's like this. So follow me. That statue. I can simplify this too, actually. This is going to get intersected with the rest of the chapter, so it's not really that important. Actually, put that in here. just want to shave off just this last ring. No, I don't. It actually works. That's good. Now grab this. Got a group. This is already a group. And I can just stick it. And alright. So the other thing that's happening here, I was going to communicate this. I did not go around the corners on here. I mentioned, I know I've mentioned how much I enjoy, but I still like it. Still playing with the characters so very much. Like that. Option. Copy. That would have been a lot easier to do, of course, when it was the 2D shape on the ground. But that still works. Alright, so last thing I gotta do on here is, yes, I have to do this tapering. I'm going to bring this down. So right here, it's currently 22 tall. I need to make it tapered in on both sides. So the overall height is only 15. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to draw a line up 11. So that gets me into the center. That is the middle. From there, what I'm going to want to do up right now, so that's why stuff's spinning and I don't really know what's going on right now. So I'm going to go through here, I'm going to move this straight up half of 15, so 7.5. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to rotate this green axis. So this back line right here comes up to that point right there. See that? Again, I'll take this bottom one, move it straight down, so on the vertical axis, just make a copy, 7.5, and now rotate it on the green axis so that this back edge drops to, actually see this point right. That's what I'll get. Assuming it all goes as I'm going to reverse the face here. Less clean up later by having the correct face out. I'm just going to get rid of this one. And I'm going to, I haven't made this in a component yet, so I'm just going to go ahead and explode it. And we grab that geometry, plus this, and just say intersect face with selection. That one. That one. I could have taken those two slanted pieces and closed them up and made two solids out of them, use solid tools to subtract it, but that seemed Reference image back. So the only other thing is those hooks and I'll be honest, I'm gonna hold on to this reference and maybe go add them back in, but yeah. Whoops. Conflicted. I think it's really like Alright, here's what I'm gonna do. Hold on, I'm having an argument with myself right now. Okay, just give me a second, guys. All right, I'm gonna draw a 1 meter circle. And I'm gonna copy it. Because I don't really. No, actually, it's like. Oh, here's where. So I have an XY coordinate table of where these holes go. So what I'm going to do instead is I'm going to just put these circles sometimes thinking and doing are not but at this point I'm doing it and apparently I can do it the opposite of something. I don't know if I do that, but apparently even though I know a better way, I'm not doing the better thing. Okay. No plugins whatsoever. This is currently just sketching. Double clicking on each of these to offset the same amount as last time. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to grab all this geometry and make it a group right now. And I'll put that in the component and turn it off. That way I'll have this geometry when I choose to intersect and place these bars or the hooks and stuff later. I can still do that. But right now, I don't want to spend much time doing that with a bunch of kind of small detail that I can help with. I would just do it right in the first place. If you wanted to modify the curve, I would suggest going back to 2D. It's hard to modify the curve exactly what you want in space. Oh, right, that is solid tools. That's just native functionality of sketching. something, at least I'm consistent. That's really the important part of this. Not necessarily do everything right. If you do it wrong, at least do it wrong consistently. Consistently wrong. Wait, no, that's not good. So there we go. So I'm gonna leave it like this right now, knowing that these are actually they're hooks and barbs, but it's something to do with the wheel and the wool and stuff. Last piece is there are holes into both sides. Over here, we have a 7-meter hole. Here we have a 5-meter hole. This is solid, so I'll just do this one. So I circle on the outside. Oh. This isn't solid either because this has another group inside of it. So what I do is I make this a group, bring my cutter, Command X, into the bigger flyer container, paste in place, and now I use that to subtract. Just straight edges all over the place. Alright. Like that. Alright. That piece done. And one last piece of this batch. And we do a spinning wheel sometimes. Alright. I'm not including any lines in the grid base, I'm just kind of so it's possible that what you're seeing is something like if I was to come in here and break this to one particular line, you hold on the modifier key, Mac or Advanced Control on Windows to delete that. The geometry is still there though if I show my hidden geometry, so it doesn't actually go away. It's just, so I have a shortcut key connected to show hidden, same as what the view hidden geometry and toggle that on and off. But that's how I switch between showing the geometry or hiding it. Alright, the flyer axle is far more complicated than the first few years. It's tricky. I'm going to need to find another picture of this. So I'm going to hop back over to my PDF. That's this right here. So it's square at the ends, round. Oh, that'll be fun. That'll be cool. It was things like this that make me go, the bulk of it looks like it's well, it's threaded right here. I'm not gonna mess with threading. I know threading's fun, but if you really want to see threading, just hit Dave up on the forum. He'll show you some of these threading. I'm gonna start right here. Circle. Six. Smaller, I'm just going to put a circle right here. And something's off because this is all my dimensions are actually half of what I expected. Oh, yeah. So, if this little break right here, the little break is accounting for half the length of the entire axle. It's what nothing's working out right now. So putting in dimensions and showing up half the things it should. So this 194 should actually be way bigger than this. So I'm going to actually model this over here and not worry about the scale, just pull the dimensions. So we'll start with a circle this way, and this circle is 3. Pull that somewhat this way, and another circle here. This is going to be my faux threads at 2.5. And this is going to get pulled out 39. At which point, this is where it goes to the square section. This comes to the point that it's 4Y, so it's currently 5Y, so it's selected. Overall length of this thing, 1, 4, so that's that long. Grab this end, pull it down to here, and now I'm just going to make some shapes here. So what I'm going to have is a 4x4 square at the end, a rectangle. So at 19 feet, the square barely intersects the edges. So at 19 meters back, it's a full 6 wide. Grab this, scale, Let's pull that. That. Intersect base selection. This outside geometry. I guess I shouldn't have reversed my face. I actually got that wrong. There we go. Now we got that round bar tapering down. Square. It's a little different from what we over here. With that here, actually like a square ending on there. This is actually that circle tapering. Here's the square stop. Alright. Right there. Supporting face here. This direction. This. Components, wire axle, cut it, with this. Alright, I'm going to hop in, do pre-assembly again, pre-assemblage. So it looks like this end goes in here, and then this thing. I'm pretty sure this is magic. I still don't understand how this thing functions. I'm not really getting a whole lot of answers to my wonders based on how it works. That. This guy's gonna go. Inside. I'm doing some ghost assemblage. Here. That's what we got thus far. Kind of cool. I mean, it's definitely a neat practice. The stuff that we're working on is, yeah, it's probably depends. It's a cool exercise in modeling. I just like modeling plants like this because it is cool. You get to make stuff you wouldn't think normally draw. And I don't know what all is important and what's not. It's probably a symbol. Okay, so the fibers go into the orifice. This, I'm assuming. This has a hole all the way through. That goes into there. Then out the sides. Over the hooks. Onto the bottom. Yeah, I'll just set up this. Still don't understand, but it's still magic. As of now, still magic. Alright, let's import a couple more images. This thing is rolling. It's tough. Yeah, there you go. This is wrong. These first three. So this is a square dot. These are missing hooks. So really, we have these two to model. We'll grab one of those. There's the bobbin. Aforementioned bobbin. Somebody just mentioned this thing. Alright. This has a hole all the way down the middle, so my inkling again is to do a follow through with this. So let's get it scaled. Group. There should no break lines. Oh, we're good. This is full length. 149. that line long right now because I don't know the dimension. This outside dimension right here is 90 all the way across, so we'll just draw a line straight up. 45. Draw this. 20. This has a thing going on here where I got 2 degrees slope. So I'm going to grab this line right here. I'm going to option rotate it 2 degrees. Option. Option copy. Go. Rather aligned to dimension than the head option. And at 10.5, circle. That edge. Half a bobbin. I'm looking at the ridges, wanting to draw lines there, but of course, that's what the follow me. Alright, so let's draw another circle right here. Got that circle, follow me shape. There's a little bit of a 2% angle right there. It's flat, so mesh component, bob. All bobs, that's it. I think this goes onto that way. And I'm going to start by aligning it to our axle. I'm going to do that by grabbing the top of the circle, aligning the top of the circle up in the middle of our square end here. And we'll do the same thing horizontally. Here. Like that. Oh. It looks like it. I mean, it definitely looks like a real. Right. So, like I said, there's a square nut on here, which I would probably just wrap the edges up and do that real quick. It's about like 12 by 12 by 10. Put it there. I'll try to draw it in the orientation. So, no, guys can hear that slapping noise. There's a piece of tape on the ceiling next to the duct that's smacking against the ceiling tile. But the timer was pressured yesterday. So here's that. So what were you saying there? No. Opponent. What? And I'm assuming this is like adjustable since this is thread. I really don't understand what's going on. All here's that's what you're gonna do. It's me right there. And now we import one more piece. The last piece is this. Oh, this is like a straight up machine drawing. Look at all these radii and whatnots. What's it? So we're drawing a line right here. Once again, together. Pocket leg. So now we've got that currently where that 12-inch knuckle is. This is 6 inch. This is 6. Alright. Now we just gotta get some, just gotta pour some fanciness over the top. Turn that extra back on. All the radius. So some specific measurements. I like the spirit of saying that this radius is based off a circle from the center of this. I don't think this is. It doesn't tell me anything about it. Oh, these tangents. I got it. Okay, so this is a radius of 2. So I'm going to come over here, draw one over 2, draw one over 2, draw a circle. Now, wait a minute, what is this dimension pulling from? This spot out in space, this is that end. So I'm gonna come right here. actually a couple of tangent tools that I know of. Here's something. Draw that circle, creates a 5. Select it. It's not useless. I didn't say useless. That's useless. Circle right there. Follow that. All of that softly. This is going to make that component. And that's the flyer wool. Coral. Oh, okay. So this is something I do now that I've finished that. I followed me what needs to be square open. So that's 12. I want this to go up. Solid spectator broke pieces. Boom. Alright. So next to copy. Paste that thing. You know, never knew what a flyer was before, dude. I gotta say, flyer. See who knows what it's called. So good wrong. Get it wrong. Alright, I'm gonna grab all of this. Make a component called flyer. My flyer assemblage. Alright, so now that I got my wheel and my flyer, it's time to do some speed woodworking. We gotta fly through some of this stuff. I'm gonna clean up or modify my UI so that I can do as much of this as possible without having to import it. Because I think a lot of this is going to require me to import it. I'll show you. Yeah, this is we'll see. By the end of the day, maybe we will have a wheel and a flyer and part of a frame. We'll see what happens. Maybe we'll have another a bonus session, and then we'll be fixed for the rest of the video. Yeah, I thought I was going to be able to. Oh, maybe I can't. Hold on. It's mostly a rectangle. Let's give it a shot. So, first piece is 400 past that. It says angle. Oh, this is so not the piece of cake I was expecting. Speaking of cake, how you doing, Colin? I don't want to give you a bloated head or anything, but since you haven't been in the office, nobody has brought me cake. 26, 13. Another circle right here. These two are straight down circles. 140 over. Circle 18 outer, so it's 9 diameter. There's more stuff going on here. Actually, I'm doing it. On line down the center. So the center line is the center of that hole. Now, it's 52, so it goes away. 26. Intersect bases selection. That. So that gives me that slot. I'm assuming something cool happens in here. Square all the way through. These circles. Alright, so from the bottom, this first circle, the center is at 55. That line will go straight up to begin with. And I'll select it. Over 15 degrees. Right? That's what 90 minus 75 is. Well, if they ended up on the form and I accidentally downloaded them, nobody's going to fault me, right? That's right. Eric's good with it. Fire away. All right. So what we need now, so this line is the angle of this piece right here. See that? So I have the line from the center of the circle. What I need now is a circle that is 18 wide that goes along that. I can just subtract that or intersect that with the base. The issue ordinance right now, of course, is to draw a circle. If I draw a circle right here, that circle is not perpendicular to that line. So I've done actually 2 or 3 videos on how to do this in different ways. There's several different ways to do it. In this one, what I'm going to do is temporarily change the axis. So I grab my axis tool, put it right here, put my second line, my red line, on that line. Now I can go up here and draw a plain line. Pull that down like that. And now right click on the axis. Save set. Now, this reverse this base, just this piece. So these 3 pieces, intersect base selection. That gives us our angle. How nice is this? That those are the exact same on both sides. It's symmetrical. That means what I can do is I can hit here and I can go to the center is geometry. And my mirror tool right here. Option right here. And then on top of the right So the thing I was actually most excited about, leave that thing on top of something else. The thing I was actually the most excited about on this was this detail right here at the end. The way it rounds off, super cool. So what we're gonna do is we're actually gonna create like a half of a sphere, and we're gonna shove it on so it overlaps a portion here, and then trim it all off. So I'm going to do that by saying we want to maintain. Okay, so it's going to go right from this point. Oh, it's so unworldly. Can you hear Dave? All right. These are going to drop down to 20. All right, I'm at that point. I'm going to be honest with you guys right now. I got one of those things where I'm like, there's a thing I want to do. I don't know exactly how to do it right now. So I'm going to draw some reference lines right now to try to clarify for my brain what I'm trying to do. So I think I actually want that's 25, 26. Alright, so I'm going to draw a circle. You see this works first before I explain what I'm doing. This may be catastrophic. Yeah, alright, so take that, follow that. Oh, you know what I'm gonna do? I'm just gonna do this. I'm gonna go. It's not big enough. All the way here. Still not. It's not. I'm trying to. This is a lot easier to do if I'm on a square. I'm on a piece of square stock. Because this is rectangular, I'm getting hung up on these things, these spots right here. actually, they don't have to be. They can vanish, so it doesn't have to be exact. They can actually just pull this out a little bigger. Better intersect this thing out for Whoa! It's me, I'm losing it all. Right. Intersect bases, selection. We should go that. That. This. I made a mess because I didn't group that before I started dragging it all over and scaling it. So yeah, these lines were all got messy. Whoa, whoa. So the general idea there, which should be happening, I'm still not sure how to align that. Not sure exactly how that should align correctly. So the square, you pull it out to the corner. So the flag right here, so it's not there. Down here. Alright. Alright, so now I get rid of this. Click on this component. This is base point 1. Solid spec through little lines I made all the way around. Just that geometry joined together that I scaled it. And just made extra geometry. So I already agreed to it. Okay. That's alright. Okay, that was like 12 minutes. There's only 21 more pieces in the base. So if I keep that speed up, it's fun. Oh, put the thing going off to the corner that I wanted to. Yeah. Awesome. Can you do me a favor, Dave, and actually post those files right on the forum so I can just grab them? Drop them right in here. I can download them right from here. That would be awesome. want to show my direct. Now there's any bad. It's just it's a lot of stuff. All right. Move on with this. Dave's gonna take care of the pillars. So we will move on now to base plankton. I wonder what this is. I'm gonna copy this over. Very least I'll do it. And make this one. Not base plank one number one, but base plank two. This same thing. Just work off of this reference image rather than this is 55 from the bottom down to the same dimension. This was like 155. Same 40, so let's that over 35. Alright, moving along. Please go quicker already. It looks like it has the same. Oh, it's the opposite. So. Cool. So what we'll do is a rectangle right here. Pull that off. Cut down this piece right here. That. I grab this. Top here. You know, demolition is fun. It's pretty easy. It's when you have to actually be careful about what did I do here? Careful with demolition. It says less one. It's definitely not. Well, this is like demolition with the ball hammer rather than the selective destruction. Minimal destruction? I don't know. Alright, so I'm going to soften that. Now I don't know for sure, but I'm going to go out on a limb right here. I'm going to say I see this slot. Feel pretty satisfied right now. I should quit now. Alright, let's hop over to this is going to be a crazy one because there's some crazy stuff going on with this one. But right now, Dave has shared his pillars. Awesome. Here we go. What did you guys do while you were watching Marvel? Awesome. Thank you, Dave. All right. Paste them right in. Set them. Those are the fastest pieces I did. All right. Like that. Maybe we should do that. Would you guys be interested in that community event? We'll do a live model with lots of pieces, and people can just go grab pieces and model them, and we'll just do a big assembly. Maybe we'll do a huge Lego kit now. Definitely. All right. This one, I'm gonna import this. So I'm gonna import the Lego, just because of the curves and stuff. It's not quite as easy as this one, so I'm gonna go. Alright. I'm going to start with a following extrusion, same as number 4. You can see there's lots of modifications with off-center circle here, or a hole that goes off-center, and then an angle cuts to the end. And we got this little slot cut to the end over here. So lots of good stuff. Stuff is happening. This is great. This way is 75. Half of 27. 25. Cool, I love it. I got permission to cap it at me halfway this thing. Let's see, let's go from this point to this point. Awesome. or follow, well, not one last follow, but another follow. Chunk out of it first. Center. One line, so draw a line. One line this way. All the way down. Up, over, such lines up here, line in the middle, that's easy. Now on to less easier things, less easy. Make two group. I did do that with the circle, and it did end up making things harder than they have. So all I'm going to do right now is a rectangle like that. I don't know. Not a specific angle here, so I'm just going to do I have a feeling that we will clean that up once we put it in there and make it level with the ground. But right now, first piece is load that right. Set these two. That was easier to do things. And this guy right here, I really don't know what to do. I might have to come back, drill that hole. It looks like you rotate that 50 degrees. And then let's try. I'll try. Make this. Section A, that's this section right here, is at 50 degrees from vertical. So from, I don't know, a little point before. Oh, this doesn't feel like a Friday activity at all. I take that and rotate it. That's far less confident. Yeah, I think I'm exactly what that's exactly what I was thinking. I was trying to just show off a little bit. But I'm kind of thinking that yeah, we put the legs to the base and then come back and put the holes in once we have the pieces to go there. So that's what's gonna happen. Alright. So I'm going to take this out the hole probably aren't gonna believe this, but the mathing is not my strong suit. Despite the performance I had in high school algebra, so much went back for more. Despite that, I can't say that math is the thing I'm best at. But how far I should go. Alright. Copy that. Back to this one. Right now. Oh. Things up here. All I'm doing to rotate them, I don't actually have a good center point right here, so just drawing a temporary line like that, and then I can inference this space. Oh shit, blocking the that face. It's not, nothing's on axis before, it's very unintentional. I have a whole lot of on-axis. We'll have a base of the base of the areas, right? Oh, I've named it Base Village, because the village is going to say, just block this thing. Let's see, this was 2 seconds. Pretty sweet. That's pretty cool. Keep going. Sweet. That's pretty cool. I don't know how far these go in. Maybe I have to slide in more, but yeah, for that. All right. Let's see. How long should this take? Boom, done. So, let's see how good Dave is. Did you model these, Dave, so that they're the right dimension apart, so they'll just slide right in? What I really good. Oh no, this is upside down. Hold up. Alright, I'm gonna slide it down real quick. This one also. start modeling for real like this. All right, so I have my whole length here, 290. So let's see what we have. 241. All right, so that's not right. That's better. I mean, that is better than it was, I think. I don't really know what I'm making still, so some of that is another piece that I'm trying to. So this piece right here. No way. This is a treadle pedal. Don't buy it. Looks like that's the next piece I need. So yeah, oh no, I need this thing across here and the treadle pedal. Something right here. Oh, this is gonna actually. So this piece is actually just gonna set where my first need this treadle axle and the treadle pedal. So for this one, I just have a tapering pin, so I'm just going to go draw a circle on the ground, and 4.5. Up to 8. Select that top circle. Scale. Going around the center. Alright, I'm going to get the treadle pedal and the treadle axle built and installed on the base, and that's my goal for today. That's where I'm going to get to. That's pretty good. I was kind of thinking this was an ambitious attempt, but it was such a cool opportunity. You know, it's just a cool thing to try. So let's get the treadle axle in here. Treadle axle. Yes, I had some treadle pedals off this. I don't know if I can screenshot it or if it's out of order. But screenshot again, and just import it. say I'm not going to say it anymore. Say it. This section right here, run out this part here, square. So I think I'll just kind of these the big bulbous piece, turn the whole thing, and just come back and chop this off for one square. Start here. So, this looks like nope, just throw it right in there. Stop thinking about things. It's in there. Awesome. So I was thinking, for whatever reason, I was thinking this was a slot like we had in the other one. But it's not. It's actually. Awesome. So that is called. That. Go. Now, this is the same dimension, 26. So, let's go. Six. That extend. Actually, don't have to go forward. Facing that direction right now. Load it. Selection. That. That's cool. Almost there. Slot. That is top. Actually, mom is exactly right in the right spot. But we can get it. We put the geometry and shift it once we actually make the pedal. That would be the treadle pedal for these guys. Awesome. So that's 24. Actually, I think I do have enough information here. It says angles at 30 or 69 degrees. So 90 minus 69 is 12 degrees. don't love it. I draw. Grab those. Draw the line. Align that. This line. That puts that center. I don't know if it's supposed to be centered. It looks like it's supposed to be centered right this. Somebody's asking why I don't use guides. I don't think it's a bad habit to get into. It's just never a habit I got into. I'm like many users self-taught, and as I was teaching myself, these guides. It's not a. I think guides are great. They're a nice thing to use. The nice thing about guides is they don't break your geometry, which is something that lines do. When I draw a line, you're threatening to break another line or a surface. So guides are kind of nice because they don't do that. I just never really got in the habit of using them, so I never really use them just because I never really have them. If I wanted to break something or find a dimension, I just drew a line over the top. So it's just kind of how I learned to use sketching. Ooh, this is gonna get fun. Okay. No symmetry here, baby. That line. Six. Try to go just off the dimensions like that. No mathing. That's right. Here's that over 245. That's that is 18. Circles. All I'm doing is I'm just whatever the radius is, I'm drawing a line down the dimension. Drawing a circle back up to where this came from. Just to give me that arc to work off. There are tools out there like takes tangent tools. It's awful easy to do this kind of stuff. Pull those tangent lines off. I'll be a little more relaxed. Especially important to get a hold of tools like that if you're going to do something like machining work. A little more important. As far as I can tell, this is a foot pedal, and most of the details on here are fairly superficial. But because I'm like exporting for CNC or something like that, where your parts and candies have to be right. There are tools. A couple of them. Geometry and motion. Yeah, I get it. I mean, I could have definitely grabbed the tape measure and pulled guides off there. I try, I mean, hey, I save a lot more than I normally do, so I'm learning still. Maybe let's just get better at that. I need to get better at. These guys, because they really are cool too. I didn't realize for the longest time what a big time surfing guys did actually. Up to 60 degrees. Then put on two. Grab this one. Copy back here to 16. This one. I can't start. I have to start it past the end, so I'm just going to drag line here. 116. Reversing so the geometry is looking forward is facing out. Flip it afterwards. Just selection. Just 1 second. That's pretty good. It does have a little bit of a angle here. So we have to kind of come back. I'll emulate something like that. That would be easy to block, but it's going to do. Down to the bottom. Alright, let's this. Can't see why. It's so very much. Sure. Okay, so if you ever have this happen, you're going to get out of the photo, copy it or cut it. So what happened was at some point I moved something and it broke the geometry. I'm guessing this is actually all still planar, so these are all just extra lines. You can go through and delete it like that. The other thing you can do is you can actually use the extension cleanup and just say merge faces, and it'll put all that back together. A lot of times if you use something like import certain geometry like STLs, where it's a triangulated mesh, so you end up with a lot of triangles. Sometimes like it's a flat surface that was broken up into a triangle with holes. That's a great spot to use. That's exactly what it is. Alright, I'm going to throw this in here. I'm excited about this. Also, thank you. close. It's close, but it's not. Well, I wanted it to be so much better than that, but it's pretty cool. It's close. It's close. This is probably a spot where what I would end up doing is probably modifying the notch. Actually, what I would probably do is this. This makes the most sense to me. Go like this. You guys can rub going. Make sure that this geometry is vertically exactly the same. Horizontal. Both solids. Not a solid. Wrong. There we go. Now what I can do is I can actually just use this as a cutter. Got my solid tools again. That. Ah. Like I said, one of the problems is this is fine. You can actually use a cutter and everything, but because this head is cut, it's not called solid grid. So what it is a big component. What they call it the treadle axle. Crap, that was wrong. What's it called? That was oh, I called it the original one. I called it triatal axle. So, so we don't have to worry about that one. Here's a triatal axle. Now, solid also. Okay, yeah, plug your pen safe. Absolutely right, Toby. Alright, so now I think what happens. Looks like those axles, these are pounded into those holes, and those holes are what make our treadle bar. Is that what it was? That's an axle. That's different from a treadle bar. They almost got messy right there. Let's find a picture of a treadle bar. Axle. That's slipping. Oh, no. X-ray. Here, all copy that. Alright, I'm gonna grab this whole assembly now and make it into temporary. Yeah. Some obscure angles. Alright, so what I can do here to find the angle is maybe go line like protractor. 52.2 degrees from horizontal. So let's do so I'm going to rotate it top of the pin over that. It's actually moved upward. That's cool. Just draw a line right here. Slide it. So as you go to slide geometry thing, as soon as you move, your reference moves. So then, by drawing a line over the top, I'm actually slide along that line. Half the screen in. Oh, it's not quite good. Okay. Anyway, this guy. There's that pedal in place. So what I could do at this point, oh actually it's not perfectly aligned. I want to find it out. I'd have to put some reference geometry in based off the center of these guys here. Or the circles at the top. Now, also build it. seems like it makes a lot of sense that this guy probably goes somewhere. I'm not looking at the assemblage instructions at this point, so something like that. I don't know. I mean, it's definitely more of a spinning wheel than the thing it's not. Need that for your daily dose of inspiration. The crank goes on the other side. Dave's actually paying attention to what's going on here. Okay. Quite wide enough to make it all the way. Got interference. Failing the interference check. But anyhow, yeah, we're stepping towards something. This is the thing. This is the thing we built. It's really something. So guys, how much fun as this is, I think we're there for right now. We can goof around for another half an hour, but can't see any major steps happening going forward. But it's pretty cool. I mean, I had the same problem when I did the Steam engine, if you guys remember. It was an awesome model. It was super cool. It was a lot of fun. But it was, I can't remember, it's a lot of pieces, and I just could get them all done in 3 hours, 3.5 hours. Same thing here. A lot of very specific pieces going together, weird angles. So yeah, this is a start. I'm not gonna post it like this. Maybe in all the free time out of the way, talking stuff, I'll just put together the rest of this thing. So maybe next week, if I have some time, I'll wrap this up and post it. But yeah, I'm probably not gonna post it. Well, we'll see. If I don't get a chance, I'll put it up. It's better to have something up there than nothing. But we'll see how that goes. Turn the flyer 90 degrees. Oh, does that go in here? The funny thing is, I'm speculating on how this all goes together, and I have actual reference to it. Not more than away. Something like that. Close. Is that still this thing back here? Oh, so this probably connects up here, and as you step, yeah, this Badwani on YouTube reminded me that this kind of feels like putting together a something from IKEA, and they got this little guy over here. Just push that behind the counter for 10 minutes. But yeah, this is definitely cool. Thank you I don't remember who had the original idea. It was Model Labs team. Somebody suggested this. Like I said, they actually suggested something very specific from a specific manufacturer, which I was not able to get the information. But yeah, good idea. This is great. Maybe what I'll do is I'll post this WIKEA and I'll link to those instructions and I'll put it up. Well, I'll save this and I'll throw it up on the forum. That's what I'll do. This will go to the forum. The final I will put up to 3 warehousing until it's actually done. So that's the way it works. So I know somebody out there is waiting to say something about using NS physics to make it actually move and go from here. That's all I can do. Turn the flyer another 180 degrees. Oh man. So does it go on the other side of this vertical part? Does this go over here? Oh yeah, that seems to make more sense. No, that's in the middle of the thing now. Alright, I'll look. Hold on. something like that. So there's another bar that goes across here. That connects up to. That's pretty cool. You know, and as I was looking, I didn't look through the final assemblage instructions, but this stick right here, I'm pretty sure that's just a walking stick. This one can spin because I couldn't find a way to actually connect that. Actually, just got some down here, but it's a cool looking thing. That would be a fun follow too. So that's what I'll do. I will take this, put it on the forum, so anybody who wants to play with what we create so far is more than welcome to try to take this across the finish line. If we get a chance, I'll try to wrap it up and post it on the warehouse. And of course, if I do that, I'll try to put it into the forum. Well, special thanks this week to Dave Richards, who modeled these two pieces. Let me show you what it would look like if Dave wasn't here. Less impressive. So, thank you very much, Dave. That was awesome. Appreciate you watching out for us. Neris said they were the one who originally asked for it. I hope you like the model. Hopefully this gives you enough information to tackle the specific model you were looking at. And that thing was this staff. So yeah, so sometimes I take this staff and I put this staff against this spinning wheel. Is that how it works? Anyhow, yeah, I think we're there. So thank you guys so much for coming and hanging out. I know some of you were here yesterday and today, so that's a whole lot of scheduled block. You guys are awesome. Appreciate that a lot. And we actually had quite a few people watching it. That was pretty cool. Sorry for that. We had that little hiccup in the middle where all of you went away. I felt like I was alone. So thank you very much. If you guys have ideas for things you think would make cool models, fun models, go ahead and post those. Something with maybe, say, 15 fewer parts than what we just did right now. That would be cool. We're also looking for a topic for organic model. I try to do organic modeling every I don't know, six or so times. Trying to think of what would make a cool organic model. If you guys can think of something cool, nice swooping shapes, some subdivision or artisan kind of stuff, leave comments down below and I'll look at them. Otherwise, thank you very much. You guys have an awesome weekend. Have a great week next week. Right back here on Friday, modeling something. Watch for social media. That's how I find out what I'm modeling to. I go look on Facebook and figure out what I gotta figure out for Fridays. When we model on something else, I just go over what it's on Monday. So thanks for joining us. We'll see you next week. I'll leave the chat live, so if you guys do have an idea of what would make a cool model, go ahead and leave it there. Otherwise, you can hit us up on social media. You can hit into the forum. You can comment on YouTube video. Appreciate ideas anywhere they can hit. So thank you guys very much. Have an awesome weekend. Thank you to Eric. Eric, thank you for watching the comments for us. There, all those links, all those times I said SketchUp. That was actually. Thank you guys. Have an awesome weekend. We will see you next week. All right, give everybody just a couple more minutes to log in. And Center Negative is saying that get SketchUp Live or free pizza. I understand that. That's a rough one. I guess that's where I'm a little in a different spot because I've missed out on chili and baking competitions. Like free baked foods. Casey's gonna hang out with us today. Dave's wanted to hang out with us. That is rough. You watch it on mobile, you can probably put your pizza while you watch. So that's some problems. Best of both worlds. Where's everybody coming in? We're already, we're already over 100 people on here. Mac and cheese, loaded with bacon. See, that's, I mean, bacon is tasty. Carlos is calling in from Brazil. All right. Bruce, he has asked me to get on the straight and narrow, so we got something to do. This is also calling in from Canada, Southern California, where the Three Pizzas at. Charles, British Columbia. Christopher Moore is in Connecticut. I didn't know that. Christopher, it's good to know. You will see, hopefully you did catch that last week's recorded video did eventually work. It took some time, but we did eventually. YouTube got the problem with it. Wink. See you on it. We've got baking. Every cheese is welcome, Mike. Glad you're looking forward to this. Robert's coming to Serbia. We're all over the place again. We're a worldwide thing. Hello, everybody, and welcome to Friday afternoons. Some live modeling. Thank you so much for joining us. I mentioned it earlier, but official introduction on the other side of modern day. Casey is back with us. Say hi again. Hello. Glad to be back. Yeah, last week we did the Space Needle, and some people caught it gets rewatched a lot on YouTube. There was a problem where our 3-hour, 20-minute video, when you could play and start like a 2-hour chunk of film, you couldn't watch either end. So we call it talk to YouTube. They edited something wrong with it. So we're good now. Dave Richards is in the snow in Minnesota. Good time to sit back and watch live on or some change. Callie has a question before you started about preparing a model for upload in vector format without further work with Illustrator. I would say that my one thing would be make sure you're going through layout. Layout is very easy for you. Much better way to get your vector output is exporting like work with just it's if you're doing that, you should do less. Yeah, unfortunately, Saturday you say that talking about last week. One of the coolest parts was those 3 landing because you definitely like the section is flat. Other than that, they could curve both directions both ways. So it was really cool. Now go watch that video. Okay, so here it's kind of a big deal right now. The Mandalorian. I'm not plugged in and watching it. AC hasn't seen it yet, so I'll try to respect that. I'll only talk about the stuff that everybody's already seen. Social media. You can't avoid it. So when we say Mandalorian helmet, what I'm going to draw from is the helmet that the main character they don't, again, try not to think, if they don't say his name, at least in the first few episodes that we've seen, they just call him the Mandalorian or Mando, which I kind of feels like supposed to be slurry, but this is the way, so I don't know. So we're going to, I got some reference images of that picture. We did this once before. I did Iron Man's helmet, which I don't think I was fully prepared for doing Iron Man's helmet because it got done, but it wasn't really a very good solid. I kind of tried to that's their model in the shell and kind of that didn't work perfectly. So I want to model this one, planning ahead to make this 3D picture. We're going to model this at the solid from the start. We're also going to play a little trick with scale to make sure that you don't have it come. I want to model this as soon as possible so that it's high poly. So we will model it at scale larger than normal. So we have issues with small bits of creation. But yeah. So yeah, we'll stay away. Alexander's saying no spoilers. Absolutely not. No, we'll just talk about how cool the armor is, which is safe, I think. Maybe a comment here and there about how cute Baby Yoda is, because come on. I mean, honestly, I think I got Disney Plus like a week after it released, something like that. And I didn't even realize at the time I could see pictures of Baby Yoda on social media before I ever even saw it. It's there. It's like this guy, Baby Yoda. So we're gonna do that. I'm just gonna hop right in. I did, just so you guys know, I did create a forum thread. So there's a live model and a forum thread on forum.com. If you have any ask to me, that's the place. That's actually the monitor up here that I'm looking at. It's not my normal monitor, so if something comes up, I'll see it. If you go to the Cascade file, then you can put it in here and then download it directly. So, not that I think we'll need a whole lot, but we make it in the PVC detail something. But we'll get into that. Alright, so I'm going to start with, I'm going to go import. Alright, hold on, I want to take a mental picture because nobody's telling me to save my file on the comments right now. I'm only trying to look like this. Alright, moving on. Desktop. So I downloaded, I think this is a picture of like from a website where they're selling replicas of the helmet, but it's very good straight on the side. So I'm going to import a bunch of these. Import the top one. The nice thing about Mandalorian's helmet, unlike Boba Fett was actually asymmetrical. The earpieces were actually different on this side. One of them had to be but they are actually different. The Mandalorians are actually the exact same thing. Whatever this ear thing is, it's the same on both sides. So it's kind of good. You don't really have to be left or right. Also on the desktop, the back. So there are our 3D views. We're primarily going from. So I'm going to do a couple things right here just before we even start. So one of the things I was thinking about, I got to admit, I told you this before that I try not to think too much. Well, in general, I try to think that something I do. But I try not to think ahead too much of how to design stuff because I think the design process is part of what's fun. Figure out how we're using what tools best for this and that. That's what you guys need to kind of weigh in and help me out with this. This time I did just because of the two reasons. One is I really do want to 3D print this. My goal is to get a 3D printable set of 3D printable solids out of this model today. That I can print over next week. Next Friday, actually show you guys a finished helmet, or at least the piece of it. And then I'll be able to actually because of that, because I kind of bit myself a little bit last year, I did think ahead on this a little bit. I didn't model anything, but I did kind of play around with some things to make sure that we really actually get this thing done the way it would. Instead of negative, instead of a very good talking too long, I should say. So one of the things I was thinking about doing was using Photoshop to set up my images first, but that kind of felt like cheating too. So I actually want to use SketchUp to scale and line up my drawings right now. So first thing I want to do is I'm going to take my 3 images here and I'm going to make them Alright, so first thing I'm going to do is go in my component. I'm going to start by scaling the front and on. So I don't have exact dimensions. Upstairs we have a hard hat. It's not a real big hard hat. It's actually a little bit slimmer than a normal hard hat. And I measured that, and at the temple, right about here, it's right about 2 inches. So I figured that might be the dimension. So what I want to do is I want to say from here straight across here. I want that. So I'm going to start by scaling that. That line here, here, I want that to be exactly that scale this image. One of the things you may have noticed when I drew that line was not on axis. So if I do here just to re-illustrate that I'm talking about, here's my red axis. You see the difference between the blue line and the red line. I'm trying to think about the same spot. So if I want to get this back to straight, what I can do is I can grab just that image in a line, and then I can rotate to grab that line with on axis. So not perfect, but this way, left side versus right side, I'm hoping to get about the same. Okay. I'm going to take those. I want that to stay. I'm going to take that right now, just so I don't end up losing my line of bump. Let's make this picture right now for equal because I want to do this. I want to make sure my two images are the same size. So obviously I got some Z fighting here right away. Z fighting is when I have two flat planes in the same spot. And as I move around the drawing, quicker to the fight. Fighting, Z will be on top of the Z axis. I'll get rid of that by hitting X-ray because I'm actually using SketchUp right now to properly scale my drawing. So over here, I'm going to take this one and line right up at the bottom of the chin. There's my two lines are about the same there. And now I'm going to stick a line right here. Reference lines. Bottom across curiosity, how tall is that? Around 11 inches tall, so just under a foot. Yeah, I'm kind of thinking the same thing. Some of these people have mentioned it just seems small. I agree, and I think I'm going to change it. But I'm not going to change it yet because I am going to in here and get all of my images scaled first then maybe you change the overall helmet size to be super small, because then you just change one dimension. Alright, so there we are. Here, this is a little different. We show the bottom here, so we've got another line. Something like that. Just slightly up. So let's scale it just okay. So that looks all right. I agree. Yeah, I got your asterisk replaced by asterisk. I'm wondering how big it should go to get padding in there. Because like I said, 12 inches seems, or 11 inches seems small. What do you guys think? Outside of a helmet like that, that's what, 6 inches, 7 inches? Yeah, so things make you need to. Well, this is not too far off. So let's see what 9 inches looks like. So again, I'm in the group right now. I should be in the group. So this is what I was saying. It's real easy. Just come in here anytime and go. Make this 9 inches. Oops. Wrong. I was drawing representative of the scaling. 9 inches. If I bring that up to 9 inches, and 9 inches, that's just over a foot tall. Long. I feel okay about that. I'm going to go with that, and we'll come back and take a look at it as the helmet starts to come together. And we can, like I said, it's super easy to change. So as long as I do all of my modeling inside this component, I can take the whole thing, the whole component, and resize the entire thing just off of this line. So as long as I remember, which I won't remember, I promise you, get to some point and start modeling something out of context. As long as I do all my modeling inside this component, then I should be able to resize everything. Speaking of which, like I said, I really want to make this high resolution. I want to make this very much as I can. So I'm 3D printing, still have 3D print lines now, but I would like to not have massive scale. I want to still low poly. So I do want to model it fairly good. Yeah. Richard over on Facebook says that a large head is 7 inches wide. So I left at the smaller point, I left Kmart on it. That means an inch on either side for materials. I do want to print this. I don't want to print it thick. I want it to be light, maybe an inch thick, over an inch, and then have some room for padding. So we'll see. We'll see how 9 works. So one thing I'm going to do right now is take this. I'm going to set this copy inside of the check. Hold still for a second. Let's see. guess it's better to have a little bit too big that extra foam for padding and have it be way too small and, after a month or year or something like that. I only take this one and I'm just going to scale it up by the whole bottle in this one, but we'll maintain scale in this copy. That's right. Mark's the Mandalorian. I should also point out, I don't know if anybody had any cheers to pick this up, but I do have mounts with it. You guys know I'm already dedicated watching a master. I actually have my couple months still here for moral support. But after I bought this when I first started sketching, so over 4 years ago, I started to have some lag in the buttons. Pushing buttons, you guys know this month. So I got a new one, but the new one is also an MX Master. It's an MX Master 3. So I got it in Mandalorian silver. This is the best car version. No, I'm just kidding. It's just silver. It's great. Whatever. So I'm gonna say this works. It is a little bit smaller than the old MX Master. This one's a little bit bigger. This one might be all on its own. But overall, a lot of works very similar. The thumb layout's a little bit different. On the old MX Master, the front back button and the scroll wheel were all aligned. On this one, they're actually separated. The front back's down here. So we'll see. I'll let you guys know what I think of it. This is my first half-length modeling I've done with this. I just got it this week and really haven't been in SketchUp very much. So unfortunately, okay. So looking at this helmet, the one thing that I have noticed that I'm wondering about is because of the way it's shaped, it's not a straight, somebody pointed out, it doesn't sit flat on it, or the bottom. What I'm kind of wondering about is this actually scale? One thing I can see is almost this brow. I believe it. See what happens. Alright, I'm going to two dimensions. So here's my thought on this. One of the things I did with Iron Man helmet was I modeled it in a lot of fairly small pieces. But I would draw some wire work and regular extensions, go in that space, that wire outline, and that worked fairly well. But I did end up with disconnect pieces that I had to go in and so try to think of different ways that I can make that cut down the number of pieces. So I think what I want to try to do is grab a half sphere, fairly high poly half sphere, put that right here, and then just scale the whole thing, not as a half, not left and right half. The whole thing is the whole dome is one piece. And I'm thinking of using push, pull it down, and then have this here, back, have that just one piece that comes down and maybe scale here, and then cut it at the angle, go in and make it cut to this, and then some sort of a follow with the whole pump. So I think I can get all of this, say, this nail right here, here's the mask, and get all of that in one solid piece to start. Which is yes. But I think it's going to be easier to do that than to try to model as much pieces like that. The other thing I have to keep in mind, like I said, the goal of this is to print it. So one of the things I want to make sure I do is all of my pieces that I create this way. scale drawing down here, and I'm going to draw a little box. The box is 280 millimeters by 280 millimeters. Now it's directly over the corner. 280. Now it's 280. And that is 2 tall. This is the size of our low plot pads. So this right here, and it'll happen again. This right here is a 3D mouse, specifically the Space Mouse Enterprise from 3D Convention. Casey will grab a link to throw it in the chat too. This is how I animate the 3D, it's how I orbit, move around, zoom. Not a requirement for SketchUp by any means. Most people use SketchUp without that. I do like it for SketchUp because I show SketchUp a lot like this. Here, what this lets me do is have these nice smooth animations as opposed to little mouse animations. All fine. This just doesn't translate quite as well to a recording as something like that. Oh, I didn't see it. I scaled wrong. Okay, hold up. I scaled this when it was drawing. So I deformed my copy for this only in the X and Y. So now that I'm coming in at Z dimensions, it's not scaling this properly. It's Z scale is 1. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to my big copy, this copy, my render outline, copy it again, and that. Use there for a minute, come back, finish up, go down. Okay. Hey, let's save. How about that? Let's go for that. Let's save. Alright. Less talking, more drawing. Okay, so I'm going to get I want now this line. And I'm going to put the circle on there. Well, again, like I said, I'm going to go fairly high polygon for this. This is going to be pretty big. It's going to be the whole dome. There's not a whole lot of places to hide what's going on here. I don't know if it's going to work, but I'm going to make something like a 96-sided circle right here. This, follow me. There's my node. But temporarily, that's helmet humor. I would make that into temporarily. So I can see that's lined up in the front and the back. You can see obviously it's not a perfect half circle. So I'll start by scaling it this direction. I thought I had two bits, but model that more tactics. Oh well. Easy come, easy go. Alright. So what I'm gonna do instead, because this is yeah, you can see if you look at it, that's more the front goes back this way. You guys yeah. You see that arc of the front far more almost vertical like that comes back here then straight back, then swoops back. So what I'm gonna do instead is draw some curves so we don't just get here to here. Try to stay inside that little pocket line. As close to things just got real quiet here. It's good. It's good. It's good that we're doing this together. Solidarity. Alright, so that's going to be my dough. Over here, I only want to draw half bits and take this line straight up. I'm going to draw my destination on this side, come down just a little bit because, again, this picture will look something more like question is, where did this go? Scale up to the smallest point. Picking lots of things up here. Alright, so now double check. Hey, what's going on? Aha. Told you I'd do it. Alright. Gonna cut that, go get context and edit. Paste in place. Alright, so I want to double check, make sure. Oh man. So that's right close to 4.5 inches. So we're still close to our 9 inches. So the other thing I want to do is I'm going to have to get some more Bezier curve in this right here. I'm going out to the red. I'm finishing up vertical. We're so wide. Red, green. There's some colored axes. Right, so this is actually fairly important. You have the red this way, and the blue, not the green. This way. I just did it wrong again. The green, not the red. Thank you very much. Alright, we're going to go red this way. We're going to go on the blue axis. Blue axis. Oh, I got it. One more time. 6 tries a charm. Axis this way. It's something. Yeah, that's what I was saying about that. Alright, so now I'm going to try to grab blue context. No. I'm taking an argument for the power basic placement. Alright, so I'm going to take these 3 sides, go to full palettes, and I'm going to turn on curve lock. Hold on. Let's see that. Right now. I do have options. That one. Right. I accept this. This is going to be acceptable. It's going to work for what I want to do. It's a little bit tall, so I'm going to scale it down. That's a good sign. Before you faces it, that's what you're expecting. That's awesome. This part out. I'm not selecting all and just hitting soffits. That is on the I don't want to use this line up here. We can have that ridge down the middle, runs down there. Follow me. Follow me. That works. Alright. Let's solve that. Yes. Slightly up. Draw the ground. See. See that little bit of white coming out. So one of my curves just slide down. I don't know if radio scale, when it made the mesh, pulled that up, or where the curve out just off. Really doesn't matter, but that's what's happening. So what I can do, I'm trying some new stuff here, guys. I'm gonna try to grab the video push line to pull that line straight down. It's not great. It's not terrible, but actually this is the direction I want to go in now, so that's an extension. Video push line allows you to read lines and you don't have to wait push pull on a radio set. Now I should go ahead and find still off somewhere. I don't really care where it intersects. What I'm going to talk about is straight long. That's the break point on now. Should be on the straw line. Alright. This. I don't know what my help terminology called it. Alright, I want to make it a component because here's what I want to do. Look for push line. It's a great extension. It's really helpful. I used to go on that. I had a single line. I wanted to look at doing that. Draw line down. Okay. Thanks for the back. Grab line card. Very good. Thanks for finding it. exact same. This exact same solid. As long as I keep copying it, and just copy the same geometry over and over again. And I can see it does kind of clear up. Here we have this. See how this time about the middle. Just sort of comes up that all right. This for that. Okay. All right. So now this guy over here. That's looking a couple things. One is I'm going to cut it this way. Down. My thought is, so I do have to think about how I'm going to break this up. Our print bed's not big enough to print this whole thing. Actually, but Casey was pointing out that the reason not to do that is obviously it can be hours and hours and hours of print. One of the downsides to printing a huge print is if you get to like 95% something goes wrong, you would potentially lose like days of printing. So there's definitely a practical reason for printing in smaller pieces. Definitely pluses and minuses here. So we have to break it up for our printer anyway. This whole hung will fit, but I think I measured, I think this dome on here, we'll drop it in just a second. It'll kind of looking like what I would call a cowl. Piece comes from the back, maybe that one piece. Maybe there's probably one or two pieces. But I'm thinking about where I want to split it. So the first one, the horizontal break is pretty obvious right here from right. This dome will just be geometry we have right here plus that little mock choke right down the middle. That would be piece one. The cowl I want to break. I'm thinking the best way to do it is going to be to break it right here under the ear. So I'm going to have a seam. If I can have the front, the face, the mask, and the cowl put together underneath the seam, then I can actually break it right there, and then model this ear as a second piece and just then lay on top. So that's what I'm thinking. See, sometimes thoughts and reality, they don't always line up. They don't always agree with me. But I think that's going to work out okay. So, what I want to do now is I want to take this bucket that we have now and I want to put two cuts on it. One cut is going to be it's not a straight cut. Put a couple of solid that we can snip out of this bucket right. Then the other piece that we cut right now back here is going straight down. The front's going to have to be sculpted in the mouth, so not too worried about starting to scratch it. But I think that's going to do enough of that. I think that correctly got the finish. Not finished, but we'll be pretty close to finish with the dome. We have the mohawk and the cowl piece. Cowl piece we have to go in and cut into to get this piece, which I'll probably fit 7 and then flat. Set it in. And then here's, so I have to go cowl, this back of cowl thing, 2 gears, and then 1 or 2 pieces of this piece. So I don't know how it's counted right there. It's just making fingers move every time I said a word. It's not just like the dome, the cowl piece in the back, 1, 2 gears, and 1 or 2 pieces, depending on the face mask. I can find a good way to print it as one piece, but each one, but I'm kind of thinking imagine some of those people printed together the years of this piece would probably all be laid flat. Okay, that was a lot of talking. So first thing, or next thing I'm going to do is I'm going to still inside context as plus. I'm going to temporarily hide this. I've had a couple of people call me out for hiding so much. They say, you shouldn't hide. You should put things on layer. I don't argue with that. That's probably the best thing to do. The only time I ever actually hide things is like this, where things are not really that done. Before they can say it. Then I go back to this stuff. I'm going to let you jump before we do it. Alright, we're going to draw this here. That is solid. Big solid. As much as that to some tracks with that bottom trim pump. This piece right here is broken because I started horizontal. I actually want to do that horizontal, like square cut. So that was conventional break actuation. Alright, so with that, go up high. Solid component. This, which is now solid. So something's about to happen. When I use solid tools, because I still haven't gone and got the header off the extension. When I break this, when I hit intersect, this is going to no longer be component. It's going to lose its connection to this piece and this piece. The whole thing. As long as you know this is not true, so I'm just going to go ahead and actually I'll leave this to a guy. This. So you never know which one to choose first. And it's always make this, so subtract. So I'm going to cut this from this. So I'm going to select my cutter first. Then I'm going to subtract as opposed to trim. I don't really care about my cutter, so I'm just going to subtract from this. Yeah. Like I said, these two pieces now are different, so they don't have to cut. But I'm not too worried yet, and I'll tell you why. I just have a little more work I want to do on this because I do want to break it at the ear to pull the face mask off. So I'm going to do that first, and then I'll come back and tell you how to fix this. So looking where the ear is, you want to do this part right here. I'm guessing there's there. Yep, that was me. That was all me. Make sure you were in line. What's up? There's something wrong. I did it again. Sometimes that and that one out. Those are my two guys. I was Oh well. You do a little hand stitching. It's like now working like this. No, so just look at the card before that. Okay. Not sure what's I can come out is off this idea. Probably just start one time each way. This. Grab that. Yes, this somehow came just off accident. I'm just going to which one is good. I'll just follow that. This fish right here. You know what? Actually, it's coming. It is has a whole bunch of geometry. Just up there. This is what I want to think about. I think we're okay. We'll see what happens. Grab all of that. Grab all that. Reset pixel selection. Something like this, I think, is going to work. I have a feeling this design is going to change, but right now, I've got this little square box in the back. So I think, yeah, let's just make sure I want to get these two pieces. Yeah, Christopher Word saying what the easier way to fit you than to draw that box and extend it just all the way through. I don't think that I gotta say, I started doing stuff. Alright, so this now is still a group. I'm going to take this now and make a component. I'm going to call this my, I'm going to call it, this is my roots protocols. On build. Build. Yeah. Like over here, components. Like, that's components. I got my build right here, and I got build 2.0. So what I can do is I can actually select these two standard nodes, right click over here, and say replace selected, and those will appear. So since you can use solid tools to manipulate your components, sometimes you gotta do that extra step to put that geometry back in. So fortunately, it's not a big deal, so that's not too big of a deal. Alright, this is looking good. Just because it's bugging me, I want to put real quick just kind of a ring here, and then our little pump. That's what is happening. So, like this. This ring just like swatch this. Draw out. So I just want to work it there. About the size of the that's what I want. You're probably asking why I just did that stupid. It's just it's like starting to get it. Probably should get that right there first. No, I just take that. Here. That's what I want to do. So what I do want to put have two lessons down. Now if we grab fractions of millimeters. So sometimes when I get to this point, I just, in general, by nature, I try to make things perfect. And I have to kind of sometimes remind myself that you don't have to make this perfect because I'm drawing something that's smaller than my filament dimension. So I feel like that's perfect. So that they never get it done. This, for example, somewhere in here I have something's a little off. I don't know what it is, where it is. Something's not. Something. I just do this much. 12 different. That ain't right. This line is one, two, line, line. Something whack. You know what? I don't want to chase that right now. So I don't want to mess with that. So I'm just going to this way. Just close up. Around. Now the question is draw a single line. For a solid space real quick. That way, solid or big solid piece. Very cool. So you have to cut out here. Other piece of is I'm going to model here's real quick. Because on a good indent, here's the way to cut that out. And then I'll proceed to hollow these out and make those pieces instead of and those. You want to get this model. I'm going to So there is some, I got a foreshortening thing going on here because I have depth here. You can see it's not quite looking